And just before we get started today, I just want to say that my monitor should be in tomorrow, but in the meantime, we're going to have to head over to this intro screen here when I need to check things that are not directly involved in the game. And if there's any errors, do please let me know, and I will try to get those fixed as soon as possible. Obviously, you will have to do so retroactively, but we'll fix what we can. With all of that in mind, we're going to put a mark right here for our awesome archive team, let them know we're getting into the game. We're going to tab over to this screen, and first thing you'll notice is that the UI looks a little bit different, and that is because Roll20 has rolled out dark mode. Because we're involved in the Roll20 Spotlight, and because I prefer dark mode in general, you will see this, as long as it continues to be legible and usable. There are some things that are not super legible. They're being worked on. I've seen improvements every day. It's only come out a few days ago in real space. Obviously, all of you will be watching this in the future, and hopefully Roll20 dark mode is better than in there. Also, a note is that our buddy Frostwind is still, disappeared, and will be for the foreseeable future. I'm not going to mention that every single episode, but I will mention it when it comes back, and I'll probably mention it for a few more episodes, just so that everybody is clear and situated and sorted. Last point is our commander, Duncan Reeves, is going to be a bit late this episode, but hopefully he will show up sooner rather than later, and we can get started and have a good time in his absence, which is fine, because we need to focus on the fact that the party is split. Naughty, naughty, Valkyries, you know better, but we should try to get the satellite units up to speed with the main force, and hopefully by the end of this episode, we will do that. So, let's turn some music on and get started, shall we? I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna start with Tordek. So we see Tordek in the saddle, riding across the road, the flatlands, the farmlands outside of El Terrell, along the Chianthar River, along the southern bank of the Chianthar River. We have a minute to kind of see Tordek by himself, which we don't see very often, as your spectral ram, right? You have a ram?
Aye.
Is charging up this road, trying to catch up with Rev, who, he got a head start on you, and his mech is faster, so you're gonna be, like, by yourself until he stops. But what do we see, like, on Tordek's face? What's going through Tordek's mind as he's running to reinforce his squad mate? The last couple of days have been hard.
Yeah. Like, above anything else, the look on his face is tired.
Okay.
There's a bit of admiration for the countryside and the farms.
Certainly. But there's also probably a little bit of bitterness to it, because, like, the farms that you're riding past, they can't sell their wares. There's nowhere they could go to market because the market is gone.
Mm-hmm.
Like, all of this land is no longer being utilized effectively because the city of El Terrell is destroyed, as far as Tordek knows.
Yeah. The main thing on his mind is gotta catch up to the damn bird and figure out what's going on.
Okay. So I think we see you, like, thundering past a field of vegetables, and you come across a group of young men, like, laborers, obviously, by their clothes, like, stacking boxes just on the side of the road. And they look up, hearing your ram come barreling down the road.
I think at the sight of that, he slows down a bit.
Okay. Yeah, you don't want to throw dust at him.
Mm-hmm.
And they wave at you. They seem like they're... Like, they've got a cart that you couldn't see because of the wheat until you got right up on them. They've got a cart, and it's full of stuff, and you look behind them, and there's, like, empty fields. What do you do?
Oi, lads!
They stop what they're doing and, like, stand in a little line as you slow down.
What's this all about?
We were hoping you could tell us, Captain.
Captain? No, I'm just a sergeant.
We were told the captain was coming and needed the contents of the farm.
Were you told this by a bird who couldn't speak for himself?
Nearabouts, yeah.
Alright. The captain and the rest of the entourage will be a couple days out yet.
Look down, look at the produce, look back up. We won't have the farm cleared by then, there's too much.
I'm sure that there are folk in the traveling group that might be able to help you.
The apparent leader of the young men says, is it true what he said? The Kenku, I mean.
Well, that depends. What did he say?
He said the city's gone, sir.
Hey. As much as I hate to say it, he's right.
What happened?
Well, we weren't there to see it happen. But what we saw was the companion fly lower in the sky than it usually do. Surround that area and, well, seemingly went kablooey on itself and the city.
Survivors?
None from within, lad. Only stragglers.
And the stragglers are with the Hell Riders. Must be nice having an army around them.
Aye, an army that consists of a squad and a captain right now.
Well, how many is that?
7 of us, lad.
The young men look down. Oh. I know you're stretched thin, Sergeant, from the sound of things, but there's a problem.
Go on.
He points up the road the way that you were going. He says, up that way. There's some more farms. One of them... There's a boy, Lucas. He stayed on the farm while his folks went to town.
He's already in our company, lad.
Oh! Well, that's something then. We'll keep harvesting. Though, not everything is in yet. I assume we're not coming back. What do you want us to do? Burn it?
That is a hard question to answer.
He's saying specifically the crops that are not ready to be eaten.
Yeah. It seems like a reasonable call.
Yes, sir. We'll see it done. The Kenku, he said you'll need the animals as well. Do you want them all slaughtered? He said he couldn't speak for himself.
Well, what are we looking at for livestock?
Well, This farm is not as big as some, but it's got grazing land. A dozen sheep, 4 cows, and, well, plenty of chickens. I would say... You see him counting on his fingers. More than twice my fingers and toes. And the dog.
Well, as far as the cows and chickens are concerned, I'd keep a good couple alive. Fresh milk and fresh eggs are a commodity now.
But you have to feed them.
Mm-hmm.
No horses.
Blast.
Moving into summer, not a lot of market for wool.
Yeah.
We were going to do the animals last so that we could ask the captain.
That... Aye, wait for the captain, she would know better.
Understood. We'll get back to picking cabbages then.
Alright, lads. And stay safe now.
Any idea what... Never mind, we'll ask the captain.
He just gives them a nod and continues riding.
Yeah. You kick your ram into gear again, you head up the way. And, going full out, it doesn't take too terribly long. Maybe like an hour since you left Duncan.
Mm-hmm.
You see... Like, what does he see? Where is Rev? When you get back to Lucas's farmstead? Or Nightfall's not here. That works too. Nightfall the Kitsune. There he is.
My internet completely shut itself.
Welcome back.
Meaning none of my work got saved.
Unfortunate.
Oof.
I can still get to it, so I'm gonna copy all of it before it kicks me from the Roll20 entirely. And put it into a Word document on my computer. Because, oh my god, everything is dead.
So what does Tordek see when he rides up?
So, and is there anything in particular when I get to the burned out field?
Are you going to the burned out field? I thought you were going to Lucas's farmstead.
Oh, we're going to Lucas's farmstead. Okay. I think Rev is taking stock of everything that's there. Just standard procedure, secure make sure everything's secure of what's there. And I think he's about to go do a perimeter check.
Okay. So, okay. I thought I had a... Hang on. Yeah, here we go. This will work. I really need to organize this music, sorry. So you're doing a perimeter check. You're... Well, I mean, you've had some time. You've been here probably 20 minutes ahead of Tordek? Maybe a bit longer because he stopped?
Yeah.
So, let's run through specifically what you've done.
Okay.
And where you are, for that matter.
So he's done a perimeter check. He's checked each building, ensured there's nobody in them.
Make an investigation check for me. Let's start there.
Can you roll for me? I can't get to my stuff.
Sure, you're having that hard of a time?
My internet's out, dude.
Oof. Okay, yeah, no problem. Rev the Kenku. Doing an investigate. Shit. You had a global modifier on. You got a Goblin 20, though, so that's pretty good.
The global modifier is the guidance.
You have it set to Bless. Not Guidance.
Oh,
no, that's the save. I see.
Yeah, that save's never active. It's not checked.
It was checked, my dude.
It shouldn't be for the saving throws, but I have it checked for the checks.
Yeah, well,
guidance is...
the thing under the saving throw was checked. I just unchecked it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so you're casting Guidance on yourself?
I don't see why not.
Fair enough.
I tend to do anyway.
So, Goblin 23 then. So... You've got the farmhouse, which is a one-story ranch-style house. You've got a barn. You've got a silo. But this farm is quite a bit smaller than the farm where you met Jeb and Farmer Maggot. This farm is... You can't see. So it's got the farmhouse facing the road, like right up against the road, and then in a U shape around it are all of the things that this property has. So there's like a field immediately to the left and right. There's a field behind those, in which on the left side there's the silo, and then the barn is basically the backyard of the house. And that's basically it for the property. And like pasture land's behind the barn, but that's like open field. Like, who gives a shit?
Yeah, so
quite a bit smaller than the other farm.
In the left, two fields on either side. Left field. I'm kind of mapping it out on a piece of paper. So
yeah, I'm gonna draw it out for like people on the recording as well. So like,
okay, that's fine.
Bright green. So you have the let me get the flag on that. And this will help Tordek too. So you've got the road, which is on the south side of the river, but for the sake of this, the river is going to be below, just because of the way that this is crooked. So you got the river down here. Then you have...
Could someone stream it for me?
Farmhouse.
I got you.
And then you have like a wheat field and like some other field. And then you have another field back here with the silo in it. And then you have another field back here. And then you have the barn, like, directly behind the house. And then south of the barn is just open field where the animals would graze. That's quite a bit smaller than the farm that you bought.
I gotcha.
So, like, do the crops matter? Because if they do, I'll tell you what they are, but I don't have it prepared right now.
What they are don't matter. I was told to secure it.
Okay. So you have the farmhouse in green. You have the silo here that you might be able to get into, and then you have the barn. Okay. There's a fence that's basically everywhere except the south. And remember, this map is inverted. So like the fence goes like that. So the back of the barn just opens out into the field.
Gotcha.
And the fence is right up against the road. So very, very clear property boundaries in this instance.
I gotcha.
So with a 23, you know the farmhouse is ranch style. It has 5 rooms, which is a considerable sized house for this area. It has a kitchen, a like dining and sitting room and 3 bedrooms. One of them is like a double-sized bedroom.
Can you give me just a moment?
Sure. What's up?
I'm getting an important phone call.
Okay. Rev knows there is a cellar, Tordek, because he knows for a fact that Lucas went downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a cellar somewhere, and if he wants to use part of his, Goblin 23 to find that cellar, that's fine. He could easily do it with that roll. The barn is, it's actually 3 stories. It's quite a big barn. It's got animal stalls. Welcome back. All I said was there's a cellar somewhere in the farmhouse.
Okay.
The barn is, it's pretty big. It's a 3-story barn. Like, barn story. So it's like, 50, 60 feet tall. It's a big barn. The bottom floor, half of it is animal stalls, and the back half is like a chicken pen.
Okay.
An indoor chicken pen. And then there's ladders that go up to the second story, which is just animal feed. And then 3rd story, there's another ladder that goes up to the 3rd story that's basically like stuff that's been harvested that will keep, that can be taken to market. There's a pulley system up here, but the pulley system has to be operated from the 3rd floor.
Okay.
The silo is currently empty, and from the looks of things, it is new. New brickwork, new mortar, solid construction. It's got a grain chute. It's got a little mill in the bottom, even designed with a little wind turbine on the top. So you could make you couldn't make sacks of flour, but you could make flour for the house with it.
Yeah.
There's nothing in the silo currently aside from the mechanism, and then the 4 fields. Ignatius and Scruffy are with Lucas because they followed you. But there are some animals here. There is 3 horses. There is 2 cows and probably 8 chickens.
All right.
You also find like stuff for the animals in the barn. So there's horseshoes and farrier's equipment. There's a yoke and a plow, etc. Like all of that's in the barn. On top of that, with the Goblin 23, you do have 4 questions to work with. So.
Okay.
Excuse me, I miscounted 5.
5 questions. Okay.
This is not the song that I wanted, and it's upsetting me, so I'm going to switch the music. I think the one that I want is this one? Yes.
I'm doing a think.
Okay. You could use one of your questions to find the cellar.
Sure, I'll do that.
Okay. The cellar in the farmhouse has it has wooden folding steps, but it's not a ladder to go down, and it's got what you would expect to see in a farm cellar: a whole lot of pickling jars, with stuff in them, some hanging meat in a back corner, some various barrels. There's a couple of casks, but it's not really booze. There's a bunch of barrels, mostly again pickles. A bunch of pickling is going on down here.
Gotcha.
You do also find 2 small trays for growing mushrooms.
Interesting. Okay.
You can tell that the family that lived here was maximizing the fuck out of their space.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Which was not considerable.
Let's see.
You also find dog bowls down here in the cellar, for when they needed to bring the dogs inside.
Gotcha.
You got 4 more questions?
4 more questions. I'm trying to think of like relevant to the situation questions.
Yep.
And the thing that keeps coming to my mind is there anything of use that I could use to like help defend this place? But at the same time, like that's such a broad question.
And also, like, not a very useful answer. Like, there's like the building supplies that were on site were used to make the silo. Like, they've recently removed their building supplies, so there's not like bricks that you could use to shore stuff up, and like tools and stuff like that stuff is gone. Are there like weapons? Not really. There's the sword that Lucas knew about, but other than that, like kitchen knives, a pitchfork. Maybe like a reaping scythe, like a hand scythe.
But at the same time, Rev has a Mac. Nothing super useful there.
The best thing would be positioning. Like if you could get an archer, like Denke or Starlight, on the roof of the barn, like they can see for miles. Like nobody's sneaking up on you. Because it's a big ass barn. Less useful for Rev. You know, you could get like civilians into the cellar. It's not immediately visible, and it's you know protected. It's underground, but there's no civilians.
Nothing super useful here.
No.
And I'm not exactly keen to risk climbing anything. Yeah, it's a fucking Kenku with tiny.
Yeah, true.
So, like I'm not. Rev isn't really built. Rev is built more for like perimeter runs, not so much high up points.
Yeah.
Let's see. 3 more questions.
Mm-hmm.
I'm willing to open the floor to anybody else if anyone else wants to step in with a question.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, I've got almost nothing for this one.
You could ask, like...
I'm a little frazzled from my internet going out like this.
Fair enough. You could ask, like, distance to the carnage of the next area.
That's a good one.
You could ask, like, likelihood of flooding. You could ask, like, what's the value? Like what would so and so threat go for? Like, what would gnolls go for versus bandits? You know, you could ask about valuables. You could ask about, like the general furnishings inside the farmhouse, which you didn't do. You could ask about like are there any supplies that we can't get somewhere else? Are there like really important supplies? You could ask if there's anything you could do with those supplies to better ensure their safety, because like ultimately, right, Rhea doesn't give a shit about the farm. Rhea cares about the supplies. Like, if the farmhouse burns down, but you save the pickling cellar, Rhea's gonna be like, good job, Corporal! Like, you know?
Yeah. So I think I have a couple ideas for my questions.
Okay.
First one is, I'm gonna use it for, like, useful things here that we couldn't get anywhere else. That question really stuck with me a bit.
Okay.
Just in terms of things that we can use to help the civilians, like, and other things as well.
That you can't get anywhere else, like, for example, the farm that you bought. Very few. The mill could be utilized to, like, preserve grains. If you had men to spare, and you could leave, like, 2 guards and 5 workers here with all of your grain, and be like, just mill this over the next like 2 weeks and then bring it to Baldur's Gate, or we'll come back in 2 weeks and get it from you. Like, that could be useful. But
So with the crunch we're on.
yeah, like animals are useful. They're like an animal that is alive. Yes, it eats food, but it also turns that food into resources, right? Like,
But also we're moving, so it's going to be eating grass, which we can't eat anyway.
True. Then there's the matter of like herding them and keeping them together. Like chickens, like there's absolutely no way in hell you are going to keep these chickens with the column of people. Like that's not going to be a thing.
Yeah.
If you collect these chickens, it will be how many chickens get to Baldur's Gate. Even if you put them in the cage while you're moving and take them out of the cage when you camp, you will lose chickens between here and Baldur's Gate. It is a guaranteed fact. You will have less chickens.
Yes.
Like horses, like useful, expensive. More to the point, and like you guys have cavalry, like putting the civilians on horses, like that would be good for a messenger. That's about it, and you already sent a messenger.
No, I don't know if this counts as another question.
Hang on. Stuff that you can't get elsewhere. The pickles, like that would be the thing. Like that preserved food that's already like been down there for 18 months and been preserving that whole time, that definitely you could not get somewhere else.
Okay.
But that's about the only thing.
Okay, so I'm gonna move on to the next question.
Yep.
Given the threat I saw I didn't see a threat, but I could deduce a threat of it being humans angry at Elturel.
Or yeah, something angry at Elturel, probably.
Something with a human-like intelligence,
yes.
Angry at Elturel.
Yes.
Does it matter if I assume they're bandits or just terrorizers?
What is the difference mechanically?
That's what I'm asking myself, if there is a difference. What would they really go for here?
Lucas.
Lucas.
That answer is Lucas.
Lucas. Which I got the point of interest out of here.
Yeah.
So that's one less thing I have to worry about. I don't have to worry about civilian casualties in this.
Yeah, no, they burned the other fields. But they burned the fields after they killed the people. How do you know this? Because the people were not burned.
Yeah.
So, if what happened there happens here, most likely the bandits or whoever they are going to roll in, gather up the people, kill them, and then set fire to everything. Which is bad. Like, setting fire is bad, but you took the main thing away from them. That being said, they're going to roll up here and they're going to be like, you took our easy kills, fuck you, and they're going to attack you, probably. Like, the odds of them being like, oh shit, the Crown's Guard is here, and then backing the fuck off is probably slim.
Oh shit, it's a damn bird, get out of here.
Yeah, right? Like...
Yeah. But a point that I'm thinking about is, I wonder if I could keep up the guys that there are people here. Like, I wonder if it would be beneficial to keep up the guys that there are people we're defending, to prevent them from burning the fields longer. Because the moment they realize we don't have people here, they're just going to burn everything. That's my thought process.
It depends on what their goal is.
But it may be entirely wrong.
It depends on what their goal is. If their goal is to kill the people, then it's not going to matter. There's also an argument, like, you put the charade up that there are still people here. They've got soldiers on like, you're not hiding the mech, Rev. It's not happening.
No, of course
like,
not.
Then they, like, if these guys were smart, they'll switch to siege warfare. They'll burn the fields and smoke/starve you out. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
which is, again, not what you want to happen.
No, it would be more beneficial to spot them before they get here and then engage.
Yeah.
Which means wide perimeter runs.
Yeah. And who the hell knows, right? Like, if they see the fucking spider crawling all over the farm, they might be like, let's go hit that bigger farm up the road, which, yeah, that's bad, but, like, old Farmer Maggot and his boys have crossbows, and Duncan's coming.
Yeah. Okay. I think I've got one more question left.
Yep.
I think.
That's right. Just realize that your internet is out and you can't see your notes for your lines.
Actually, I was working on my line, so it was what was on my screen, so I copy pasted everything over.
Smart boy. Okay, continue.
It's all in a notepad. What was I saying?
You have one question left. That was the last thing you said coherently.
Okay. I'll ask about the furnishings of the house, like what information I gather from that, I suppose.
So, the word that I would use is, it's not Spartan, it's not poor, but it's very utilitarian. Like, the table is designed to be sturdy and sit, 4 or 5 people, as opposed to looking pretty and having a nice stain, etc. And that holds true pretty much everywhere, with one exception being the master bedroom. The master bedroom has nice sheets. There's a few nice dresses in the closet. There's a small makeup stand with some a nice variety of cosmetics on it. So obviously, the farmer that lived here, either for himself or for his wife, definitely did dote personally a little bit. Might have been 2 ladies, whatever. Point is, it's a little bit nicer there. Whereas the rest of the house is functional. There you find a well-loved iron pan, and a couple of chipped knives in the kitchen. Everything is.
You think they might like that pan?
Maybe. You do find a larder, which is somewhat uncommon for peasantry to have.
I don't know what that is.
It's a precursor to refrigeration. It kept things a few degrees cooler and kept things longer. Basically, a dark box that used fat to insulate.
Gotcha.
Kept things about 10% longer, which is significant in those days. You do find a larder, and in it you find like a jar of pork fat. And some, a few like ales, etc. And I think you're like checking out the interior of the house when you hear the hoof steps.
I wonder what floor would I have been on when I'm checking it out at the moment.
Well, the farmhouse is 1 floor.
The farmhouse is only 1 floor, so yeah, like, move up to the windows. Hand on gun,
yep.
Peek out to see who it is.
Yeah, you see Tordek riding up.
And yeah, he'll move to come out the door.
Okay. So Tordek,
Rev was not just going to leap out at whoever was there.
Right, of course not. You're a trained soldier.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Tordek, you ride up, you see the mech out by the road, Rev?
Somewhat in the yard, but yes.
Okay. You see Clockwork out in the yard, And then as you ride up, Rev pulls the door open and steps out. He's got his gun in his hand, or in the process of putting it away. Either way.
Yeah, in the process of putting it away.
I'm gonna assume you thought I was a target and not just firing your weapon inside a house.
Affirmative.
It cut out a
Well.
little bit, but he said affirmative.
Yeah, I heard.
Okay.
Well, Commander said it would be a good idea if I joined you in whatever this escapade is.
He'll nod.
What exactly is it that we're doing, lad?
So what Rev is going to do is
Can I make a suggestion?
sure.
Point up the road, like opposite the way Jordak came from, and just go, all I saw was fire!
That's a. I was fucking looking for that line, you dick.
Oh, good, perfect.
Yeah, Rev points up the road. And goes. All I saw was fire.
Oh!
And I think he'll get his notebook and quickly write. I feel like Rev's a quick writer because he has to do it so often.
Yeah, probably.
And he writes, round the clock perimeter runs. I'm not exactly an Overwatch scout like Star is.
Okay.
Well, neither am I, but we gotta do what we gotta do, eh?
Affirmative.
So, like, Tordek,
Mm-hmm.
not to put all of the responsibility on Rev, because technically you outrank him, like, you know Rev has some difficulty communicating.
Mm-hmm.
You also know that Rev has more information than you do.
Yeah.
So, in this instance, I'm not telling you what to do. Let me be clear.
Yeah.
But Rev seems to have a grip on things right here. If there's a problem further up the road, it might be beneficial to go see it yourself as opposed to relying on Rev to explain it.
Mm-hmm. Like, honestly, before you even said any of that, it's just like I had it in my head to be like, okay, let's see the carnage and maybe
Okay.
figure out something of what we're dealing
Fair,
with. aside
fair
from-
enough. My blood's a little bit up this evening, and so I'm trying to second guess stuff.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, sorry.
All right. Well, you finish your scout work in here, and I'm gonna go take a quick peek-see to see if I can't find out more than you did.
And he'll salute, and I think he's going to do another perimeter run
Okay. In clockwork or on foot?
in clockwork.
Okay. So we'll stay with Tordek, since you're getting your internet sorted. And Tordek, you're gonna head up the road. Doesn't take long at all before you see on your right, on the north side of the road, towards the river, there's a tree, and hanging from that tree is a dead man.
He was underselling it. My Moradin's beard.
And if you, well, depending on what you do with him, if you look south, like because the river should be above you, it gets a little bit confusing when I try to rotate it in my head. I apologize. But if you look southeast of the tree, you'll start to see more farm fields, but they're all blackened and have been previously burned. They're not smoking anymore.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think there's one thing for certain.
Okay.
I don't want to just leave this man hanging in a tree.
Okay.
For both the body's sake and also our entourage will probably be seeing that.
I mean, that's valid. So you're going to, like, he's up there. Like, if you stood on the back of your ram, you might be able to reach his feet. Like, he's up there. It's a willow tree, and those bitches are tall.
Fuck yeah, they are. Now, what if instead of doing that, I just shot the rope out with my crossbow?
That would be a hell of a shot. Is what that would be, sir.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll let you load your crossbow and take a shot. Are you doing it from the mount, or are you getting down?
I'm getting down. You think I have mounted combat?
I'm just checking. The AC of that rope, so the DC of that shot, will be 22.
Okay.
Like, again, it's a willow tree. Tricky shot.
I have a 2 in 20 chance of this, so let's do it.
Let's do it.
Boom.
I'll give you advantage,
Oh,
even.
shit, I gotta roll as my character.
Yep. The bolt goes flying into the tree and disappears into the branches. You're not sure if you hit the tree or if it flew out on the other side, which means it will probably land in the river.
You know, there's a reason I'm not the archer.
Star can make that shot.
Really?
Haha.
Bet you Denkai could make that shot.
Mm-hmm. But also, like, that's a movie thing. Like, shooting the rope out, like, that's not a thing that actually works.
Listen, Tordek wanted to look cool in his own eyes, while nobody's here to mock him for it.
I mean, you're welcome to try again.
Listen, you're not Killio.
You're right, I'm not Killio. I'm Tordek motherfucking Gold Fury.
Then, I mean, you could chop down the tree.
You could also climb the tree.
I like my odds more with trying to climb this tree.
Alright. That will be an athletics check. I was going to say
that one or that one?
I was going to say you have disadvantage because of the big ass shield on your back, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You managed to like. Graceful is not the word that I would use, as this be-armored dwarf with a shield as big as he is on his back. He climbs up this tree, but you get up there on a nice firm branch, probably sticking very close to the trunk because of how much you weigh. Anyway, yeah, you get up there and you see that the rope has been tied around a formidable looking tree limb. Somebody probably sat where you're sitting to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have an axe?
No, but I have a hammer.
You don't have an axe?
No.
I thought
Not
you had a
yet.
hand axe.
Not yet, at least.
Let me get you a hand axe. Wait a minute, what am I talking about? You're on a series of farms. You could find a lumber axe. Anyway, a hammer is not going to do much on a freestanding tree limb.
I mean, you were not wrong.
Because tree limbs move.
They do? I didn't know that.
Yeah, you gotta twat it with the hammer, and the limb. I mean, to be fair, you might shake the rope off.
Listen, much like everything in life, that take a chance, and then if that doesn't work, you do the smart option.
Okay, so you're gonna hit it with your hammer?
I'm gonna hit it with my hammer.
Okay, so hitting it will not be the issue. The issue will be doing enough damage to shatter the limb with bludgeoning damage. I'm gonna say you have to do at least 10 damage.
Okay, this is an option.
Alright, go ahead.
Dwarven luck, don't fail me now.
Balancing on the tree. Boonk! You roll damage.
Damn it!
Boom! You hit it. You hit it real good. It cracks. You hear like birds fly out of the tree above you. Like it's good, but the limb just. Oh god, it's so macabre. The limb shakes, and so the dead man just dips and then flies up as the limb rebounds, and then just bounces on the rope for a few seconds.
Yeah. I'm just glad that there are no anything around, as far as I can tell. Except for birds, but birds can get fucked. Including you, Rev.
The orc in the bushes are like, get a load of this guy. Somewhere there's some goblins losing their collective minds. Anyway.
Okay. Doing that taught Tordek one thing. This branch is breakable.
Yes! Anything's breakable if you hit it hard enough. Oh my god, alright. Roll damage. My dude. My dude. I need to check something. Okay. God. You're lucky your ram is spectral.
Yes, I am.
No, you don't understand. The torso separates from the spine.
Oh no!
So the body, the now unfettered body, plummets to the ground and begins leaking viscera from the neck hole. Now you have a skull and a spine hanging from a rope on a tree. The smell is wonderful.
Oh my god, what did you do?
I didn't do anything. It was bandits.
Uh-huh. That's what they all say.
I didn't do anything, it was bandits. Uh-huh. Good. Casual corpse desecration.
Casual corpse. Alright, first of all, fuck you. Second of all, fuck you.
What is that? What they're calling it these days?
Hi, hi,
I swear to
Duncan.
God, Commander.
Duncan, your timing is great. Tordek is failing to get a body out of a tree.
I heard. Some orcs. Word on the street is there's some orcs in the bushes just down here like, you see this guy? He's trying to chop a fucking limb off a tree with a hammer.
Yeah, right. Tordek, what's your move?
The smart plan now.
Okay. What?
Climb back down the tree.
There's now a body at the base of this tree.
Okay. Cool.
Somewhat separated from the impact, I should mention.
We're just gonna ignore that until I find a shovel.
Okay.
Go towards the direction of more burnage.
You're going to leave the skull and okay, I'm gonna get the body out of the tree so as not to freak out the entourage. Leaves bloody skull and spine hanging from tree. Okay.
I have time.
You made it so much worse. You see how that's worse.
Hang on. The bird brings you on a field trip one time.
The bird didn't bring me to shit. The commander said go watch the bird.
Oh
And
my.
you left the bird. You left your chaperone.
Leaving a body from a tree, I fully agree with you, is bad. You made it so much worse. So much worse.
In this particular order, Rev, I outrank you. Kit, you're not entirely wrong.
Okay, so you're gonna walk towards more burnage. Okay. You step onto the burned field. There's ash on your boots.
And this is why you don't walk away from the bird.
No, this is exactly why we walk away from the bird.
Where would you like
the
to
bird
go?
says, "Fuck you."
Is there a clear burned area that is a barn or a farmhouse?
Not visible from where you're standing. There is, however, very specific clockwork tracks leading basically from where you're standing inward.
Like, just confirms that Rev was here.
Yep.
Fuck it, let's follow the clockwork.
You know,
track.
I'm real glad that we aren't doing the imposter shtick from the other game, because this would be real incriminating for Rev.
I mean, you're right. So you go up to the farmhouse. You do find it following the rev track, and you find like 7 or 8 bodies all like eviscerated and piled together, and written in gore you see, "Where is your companion now?"
Fun stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Smells like bird.
There are probably several carrion birds that Tordek like scared off by approaching.
And that's a different kind of corvid.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we're gonna leave the bodies alone this time, actually.
Okay.
Until I find fire.
Okay. I mean, you're surrounded by the remains of fire.
Okay, but that doesn't help when I'm trying to make new fire.
You're trying to make new fire. Okay, I might be able to help you out. With what purpose?
To burn the bodies.
So the main purpose of a pyre is to get a fire big enough to ignite bodies. Corpses burn.
Yeah.
Like, okay. There's the remains of the burned out farmhouse behind them. You could probably pile that up and light it again. Probably work. I mean, charcoal burns.
True, yeah. So let's
you want to burn the bodies is what I'm hearing.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, give me an easy survival check, unless you want to do something else first.
What I wanted to do first was go to... Is it just the farmhouse that I can see?
Yeah. It's not even a farmhouse. It's like the burned remains of a farmhouse. It's got like a stone foundation and then some beams.
Yeah, go there and see if I can find a sharpened metal object or a shovel.
Make an investigation check.
A shovel would have been more effective at breaking that rope than the hammer would have.
Oh, I'm gonna attack on guidance because I have it.
Okay. It might matter.
Or it might.
Okay. So you find a lot of detritus. It looks like the farmhouse like fell in on itself.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're willing to clear some of that away, you'll find a cellar, like a cellar door.
Yeah. I don't see a reason not to.
Okay. You find a cellar door. Got a big iron ring in it.
Try to pull open cellar door.
It is locked.
Mm.
You're not sure how it's locked. You don't see a mechanism, but it is clearly, like, you pull on it, it doesn't move.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Well, none of those will help me right now.
Curious why it's locked.
You didn't even check the farmhouse, boy.
You're right, I didn't.
Real shit. Knock on that bitch.
Now,
If it's a ring pull cellar door and it's locked and there's no clear lock mechanism, that probably means someone might have taken shelter and locked that bitch down with shit inside.
Yeah, but the house was on fire. They'd be dead.
yeah. Also, I'm glad you specified that because knowing you, I thought you meant just knock it down with your hammer.
I mean, you could also do that.
I mean,
Like,
yeah, that's also an option.
Like, honestly, that's the first option I went to. Because if it's just like some sort of beam on the other side of that door that I just can't see, blunt force trauma will help me with that.
Yeah.
So, fuck it, let's try it.
So you will not.
Shit, sorry, I didn't let you finish.
No, you didn't. I was gonna say you don't need to roll to use a hammer to break through a wooden door. Like that's one of the things it's designed to do.
Okay.
What
So
you
we can
need
just
to
disregard.
do is you need to keep your balance when there's suddenly no more floor.
Okay.
That's a dexterity saving throw.
Nuffle, don't fuck me, please. Thank you, Nuffle.
All right, so boom, you shatter the doors, the floor, and damn near take out the top step. There's a wooden staircase leading down into darkness, but you don't, and you keep your balance, and now you have revealed the cellar. Point of order. There's a draft.
There's a draft.
Yeah. If that cellar was sealed and this building burned down, then when you opened it there would be a big rush of wind. There wasn't. There's a steady draft.
Huh. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit, Vampire Elven Ship 2.0, let's go.
Let's go. Yeah, let's go down into the cellar.
Okay, you go down into the cellar, and the first thing you see is rows of, like, jars of stuff. But what strikes your attention immediately is directly opposite the stairs that you come down, about 300 feet away, and up from your field of view, you see daylight.
The fuck? The cellar was locked.
Mm-hmm.
Which means there might have been somebody in here. They're probably a corpse now.
Unless they use this as an escape route.
True.
So, like, bear with me, okay?
Yeah.
So you come down the stairs, right?
Yes. Stiggity stairs.
And you're in, like, a big, long cellar. Right?
Mhm.
Big, long cellar. Over here and up from where you're standing at the bottom of the stairs, and I mean up vertically, not like this side.
Yeah.
You see daylight, like very obviously daylight.
Yeah. Let's go figure out what that daylight is.
Okay, yeah. It doesn't take you long to get over there, like, a couple seconds. And you look up, and there's like mud and dirt, like steps leading up to a very specifically shaped opening. It doesn't have the notch in it, but you get it. Like a half donut shaped, basically.
Yeah, a little half moon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it wide enough for me to crawl into?
It's wide enough for you to walk standing upright and have room to spare.
Shit.
Yeah. Like if you walk up these stairs and out that opening, you're standing in a field, and if you turn around, there's a hill behind you with those huge, like, pizza slice shaped storm doors on it.
Mm-hmm.
And those doors have been thrown open.
Huh. There was an escape route in the cellar.
Mm-hmm. More likely, it was used for, like, getting a cart in and out.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, served as an escape route.
Yeah.
And before anybody says, you said it was stairs, I didn't say the stairs went the whole width of the opening. What a lot of times would happen is people would put like flat spots on the sides of stairs on either side that would promote like drainage, and it would also allow a cart to go up and down staircases.
Smart idea.
Mm-hmm. For the record, there's no one around.
I figured as much.
What do you want to do?
Well, I'm gonna go back into the cellar.
Okay.
And see if there are any leftover tools.
Make an investigation check.
The investigation. Do-do-do-do.
Okay. Not a terrible roll by any stretch of the imagination. Whole lot of canned, like, food.
Mm-hmm.
But you do see... Yeah, you see, like, some gardening supplies. You see, like, a lumber axe. And most importantly, you see, like... So, I mentioned the cellar's, like, rectangular, right?
Mm-hmm.
Behind some of the shelves, you find like a workbench, like a tinker's workbench. Not a tinker's workbench like what Rev needs, but like a way to upkeep farm supplies.
Okay.
It would count as a poor grade tinker's workbench for Rev if he used his tools.
Okay.
Somebody didn't look inside. But yeah, you find some tools. You find a good bit of tools.
Sweet. So,
more or less everything the farm needs, like, throughout the year, with a couple doubles, including some fishing gear.
okay. So,
Mm-hmm.
we're going to borrow,
Mm-hmm.
for legal reasons, borrow,
Mm-hmm.
a lumber axe,
Okay.
a shovel,
Okay.
trying to think of usual farm implements.
You got hoes, you got rakes, you got, like, gardening supplies, you got, fishing gear, you got, probably, like, a decent, like, short bow for hunting. Maybe, like, 10 arrows. It's like, whatever you think you might need.
Yeah. I mean, they're not using it anymore. I'll take the short bow and the arrows too, I guess.
Okay. You can also find a set of Tinker's tools. They're not nearly as good as Rev's, but they exist.
I mean, they can be used to upkeep tools and possible weapons and armor, so...
Correct.
Sure. Why not? We'll add that, too.
All right. You're lucky you're a dwarf, because
Yeah.
carrying a lumber axe, which is not a hand axe, by the way, it's a big boy, and a full-size shovel would encumber most characters.
Brick, shovel. Short bow, I assume, sized for human.
Yep.
And
so you can use it.
Yeah. Yeah, so we'll take...
The 10 arrows look like they've been used several times.
Okay. I mean, makes sense.
Yep.
So, gather those things up.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a way to reclose the cellar door, or is it just busted open now?
No, it's not busted open, it's gone.
Okay.
You said, and I quote, "I'm gonna just bust in there with my hammer." Like, there is no latch.
There is opening.
Yep.
Okay. I will make a mental note of this and bring Rev back here with Clockwork to collect those preserved foods.
Okay.
Because that just is a smart option.
So what are you doing with these tools?
So with these tools, and now we're going back to the... Before investigating the cellar, we're going to collect some of that burned up house charcoal.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And light a pseudo pyre for this bodies.
I mean, hell, you could probably find some firewood down in the cellar, so yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want to burn out the bodies?
Yep.
Rev, you are gonna smell that. You are gonna smell fresh fire in about a half hour. Okay.
Yeah, then...
Are you gonna... So you're just gonna burn the bodies? That's it?
I just got back. What about burning bodies?
Tordek is burning the bodies.
I am burning the dead.
Okay.
And then we're gonna go back over to that tree.
Mm-hmm.
With the help of a trusty lumber axe now.
Mm-hmm.
Get the rest of that man down.
Okay, yep, no issue.
And dig a decent sized hole and throw his remains and cover him.
Okay, fair enough.
And just before leaving this site of carnage, saying a nice small prayer to Torm.
I assumed you cleaned up the viscera too.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah.
So meanwhile, Rev.
Uh-huh.
Welcome back.
Hi.
Tordek has gone to the other farm. What would you like to do?
I would like to do... I think... perimeter run, searching for any, like, signs of someone passing through, signs of activity elsewhere. Okay, I need you to roll it for me.
Oh, right. Your internet's still not back?
No, it's gone.
Oof. Will it be back, like, ever?
I don't know if it's coming back tonight.
Yeah, that's fine. Is it, like, coming back at all?
It should be.
Okay. Goblin 22.
Okay. I think it's partially due to like the weather. It's been raining.
Gotcha. Okay.
Hmm.
Well, it's pretty quiet out here as you're doing a perimeter sweep. You do, however, notice a single footprint.
A single footprint, like a stray footprint?
Like, it's outside the fence. It's outside the fence on the south side. But yeah, you do notice a footprint that there's no trail. There's just a footprint.
Just a footprint. What kind of footprint?
I was getting to that. It's light.
Okay.
It's surprisingly light. The boot seems to be... It's a boot. The boot seems to be heeled with a pointed toe, like a cavalryman. Not quite heels, but, cavalry boots. But very light in the dirt. Not Tordek by any means. Um,
Interesting.
yeah.
What direction?
It's kind of like parallel to the fence, with the toe pointing back towards Duncan.
Well, they skipped straight past the farm.
Huh?
They skipped straight past the farm. They didn't do anything to it. They passed through here, whoever it was.
Not necessarily. It's not a trail, it's one footprint, my dude.
Yeah, it's footprint. I'm gonna search the interior of the farms again. Like the buildings in the farm that I'm protecting again.
I'll give you another investigation check. Are you gathering information or are you looking for something?
I'm looking for something?
Okay. Do. You got an 8.
No, well, shit.
Like, it depends on what you're looking for, but, like, you got an 8 to work with, so what are you looking for?
Anything disturbed from how I left it? Signs
No.
of someone's been there aside from me?
Nothing that you can notice. Not with that roll.
I don't think I have inspiration to reroll.
No, you don't. I checked.
Okay. Did it auto roll the guidance?
Yep.
Wow, I just rolled like ass.
Yeah, you did.
Um. Not sure what I can do to change the variables.
Like, it absolutely makes sense. Like, oh, there's a footprint that I didn't notice before. Let me do another scan, but you don't notice anything.
Yeah.
Probably, like, as you're finishing up on the 3rd floor of the barn, and thus coming out of the barn, you start to smell smoke, and maybe knowing that footprint is there, this, like, the scent of smoke, you're like, oh shit. And then you see smoke rising, like, up the road the way Tordek went.
Fuck, what? Okay, first of all, okay, so I have to ask a few questions.
Yeah, sure, but that reaction concerns me. What?
Okay, so first off, I was like, well, fuck, Rev may run out there. Okay, first question, how much smoke?
It's a significant amount.
Oh boy. Why would there be smoke in the direction of an already burned out farm?
Good question.
Is there any way I could argue insight?
Yeah, you argue that that's the mechanism designed to figure things out.
Like, argue that insight that there's no reason for them to burn the same farm twice? That some Tordek has to be doing something?
So you got a 14, which is
Okay.
respectable. But I don't think that's high enough to conclude Tordek is doing something. I think it's completely valid to come to a conclusion of, like, there's no reason to burn that. The farm has already been burned. And, like, if you want to follow that logic, you can. But I personally don't think 14 is enough to be like, oh, that's Tordek.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I agree with that. Is Tordek close enough to use the sending earring on?
500 feet? No.
I really don't want to leave this farm.
Then don't.
Yeah, like the mission directive, I was told to stay here and defend this.
Tordek has ways to give you a clearer signal if he needs help.
Yeah, like
if Tordek was in trouble, like he could do like guiding bolt into the sky. Like he has ways to like smoke in the distance, like insight. Like you can't guarantee that that's Tordek. You also can't, like, that, by that exact same logic, you can't get Tordek is in trouble and needs me to come out there.
Yeah. There's clear ways for him to do that if that was the case.
There's not enough information one way or the other. What I'm saying is both conclusions, like, I don't think a fort can get you there.
Yeah.
You can presume whatever the hell you want. But Rev's orders were defend this farm.
Yeah. I think Rev's going to stay here, but I think finding nothing in the houses, he's going to go out on a perimeter check again in the direction that footprint was in. Starting over there.
Okay. I will roll another. Now, are you looking, like... So, there's a difference between perception and survival.
Okay.
Looking for footprints is perception. Trying to follow a trail is survival. And to be blunt with you, one of your rolls is much higher.
Yeah, perception's a lot higher. Looking for other ones would be preferable.
Okay. You got a 12.
Better than the 8.
But you don't see any more footprints.
Okay. Then Rev will British
Okay.
for now resume perimeter protocol.
Okay. So, Tordek, are you heading back?
Yeah.
Okay. It won't be much longer before you get there, but in the meantime, let's cut over to Baldur's Gate.
Oh boy.
So, Starlight,
You caught me with food in my mouth.
put it on the board.
Ayo.
Hello, hi.
2 days in the future, give or take, Starlight was just about to step into the High Hall of Baldur's Gate to meet with the Marshal. You've got Captain Azaka Stormfang with you, or Major, Azaka Stormfang with you, and you're... I think we fade in on you being led through the High Hall of the Flaming Fist. So you see a bunch of Flaming Fist iconography and a bunch of Flaming Fist, like, soldiers coming and going. This place is a beehive right now because of the fact that the Marshal is, like, taking over. There's a new Marshal, so there's, like, a whole lot of stuff is getting done.
Right.
And as soon as I find the song that I want, I will put it on. Here we go. And Major Stormfang is basically like keeping you from bumping into anybody and guiding you through this like maze of halls until you get to a door with 4 guards outside of it, and in the time it takes you to walk up the hall to it, the door opens like 3 or 4 times and somebody either scurries in or scurries out. What do you want to do?
I think Star will look over. It's very busy here.
Azaka smiles at you. That's the wrong sheet. Just a reminder. Here she is. She's wearing, like, plate mail, like I said, but That's what she looks like. She looks over, she smiles at you, and she says, "What do you expect with the Marshal? Nowhere to be found, and a usurper to the throne."
Think Star just nods.
So Zaka leads you up to the four guards in front of the door, and they salute, and she salutes, and she opens the big grand doors, and you're led into one part throne room, one part office. Imagine, you know how a king's throne room has that long walk up to the throne, which is designed for defense, right? Like that big open area, the king could see who's coming and the guards could react.
Right.
Imagine if that led to the Oval Office. So there's a big desk, big seal on the floor, big desk, and then a bunch of windows behind it. Basically, imagine Bruce Wayne's sitting room. It's basically that. And you see two figures. A woman, she's dressed in blue-gray. She's got one of those Spanish-style half capes on. Her head is bare. She's got a scar on her face. She's missing a couple of fingers. And she's got both of her hands splayed out on the desk. She's leaning over the desk, glaring silently at a dwarf. He does not have a beard. He's completely clean-shaven. He's got a little bit of gray in his hair, but fans of Decisive Action will know him as Brick Holderheck from Crown of Fangs. And he's, sitting in a high-back chair, clearly designed for a figure larger than he is. He's got both of his hands on the armrests, and he's just meeting the angry woman's gaze across the desk. And as the door opens, he doesn't look up. He says, "I think I've made myself clear. Get out of my office." And the woman, sputters. She says, "But I..." And Marshal Holderheck turns away slightly, and he says, "Ah! Major Stormfang, escort this woman out of my office, and for that matter, out of my hall." And Azaka properly, snaps a salute. "Yes, sir!" And she comes over, grabs the woman by the arm, and just hauls her out of the room, leaving you alone with the marshal.
Me as a player, this is not a bad situation at all. I think Starlight is just stunned at how that happened.
Mm-hmm.
And she just tries to find the words to say, her normal stick of, she's from the Valkyries.
Yeah. So while you're collecting yourself, the marshal also takes a moment to collect himself. Closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, centers himself. You see his face relax a bit. And he, leans forward and puts his arms on the desk, and then he opens his eyes. And he tries to smile. You can tell that he has, he's not the type of person that emotes a lot, and being a dwarf without a beard, it's really easy to see his mouth. He tries to smile. It's not that it's, creepy. It's just, I am making an effort to be less threatening, but it doesn't really work because I'm a soldier type thing. And he regards you, and he says, "Corporal Starlight, I heard that you were coming. I've been apprised of the message that you brought, and I sent Major Stormfang to escort you. I trust she behaved herself." As he's, getting off the chair, and he, makes his way over to a little, mini bar off to the side.
Yes, sir. I didn't cause any problems.
I said the Major.
No.
Coffee?
Sure.
He's pouring himself a mug, pours you a mug. Without looking at you, he says, "How do you take it?"
Oh gosh, I actually have to think about this.
Well, like, here's the thing: has Star had coffee?
I don't think Star has had coffee before.
Okay.
So, I've never tried coffee before, sir.
You see him like nod and like drops a couple of sugar cubes into one of the mugs, pours a little bit of what appears to be milk in it, stirs it up, and brings both mugs back over to his desk. Slides the one that he doped over to you.
She'll pick it up.
It's a shame about Elturel, though I guess that much need not be said.
She'll take a sip and nod.
I'm afraid things are quite busy here. My predecessor was in Elturel when it was destroyed. Sit. Like, gestures really like the chairs across the desk.
She'll sit.
You know, like, takes a sip from his coffee, sets it down, and then, like, slowly folds his hands. I'm sure you're expecting me to say that Baldur's Gate can't help you. To a degree, that's true. I understand you would not ask if you didn't have need to. But 1,000 people is a lot. We know nothing of the level of care that they require, what skills they might possess, and I wager you don't either.
She'll shake her head. I was sent here very quickly. I barely know anything about them.
I am preparing emergency relief supplies to the best of my ability, but my position is not concrete right now. I'm beholden to the other dukes. And even if I weren't, there's only so much I can do for the sake of the people who are here. I understand. People of Elturel did nothing wrong. Neither did the people of Baldur's Gate, and we have our own problems.
May I interrupt for just a moment?
What's up?
My phone is overheating like hell. If I get booted again, I'm gonna have to let my phone cool for a bit.
I understand. What I need, Corporal, is information. As much information as you can give me. And I need manpower. Your commander will be sent to me as soon as he arrives, and I will have work for your Valkyrie squad. I expect you to do what I ask you to do without incident and successfully. The more you can do this for me, the more I can help the people that are coming. In the meantime, we'll make what preparations we can. However, the refugees of Elturel will not be allowed past the Basilisk Gate, which is the gate that you came in with the Major Storm Fang. I will continue to use the weight of my position with the other dukes and afford what help I can. Maybe even integrate some of the refugees into Baldur's Gate. But I can't do it with all of them, and I can't do it immediately. Do you understand?
Starlight will nod.
The work that I will have you do is beneath your station and beyond your authority. Which means you will have to move in secret. You will have to limit your contact with the people of the city. And you will not be rewarded fairly for the work that you do. Baldur's Gate is not prepared for these refugees. But I dare say if we had a year of time, we would not be ready for these refugees. More to the point, there is something that I need to know immediately. Before your commander arrives, before the refugees, before the Major returns to this room. And I want you to think hard before you answer me, Corporal. Is Baldur's Gate in danger?
Oh!
He's like looking at you levelly across the desk.
I think Star puts the mug down and she just ponders for a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, out of character, like, we don't fucking know.
No, you
Yeah,
don't.
exactly. And I think Star will say, to be completely honest with you, sir, I have no idea. But I will know that now that you know something could happen, it's better to prepare.
I intend to prepare, Corporal, and I intend to wield your Valkyries in that preparation. Nevertheless, this city has thousands of people, tens of thousands. More than you are bringing with your refugees. I don't need to tell you that the refugees that you have are far fewer than the citizens of Elturel. These people are in danger. I have a responsibility. Do you have a reason to believe that what happened to Elturel was anything more than a freak accident? Do you know the cause?
Starlight will just shake her head. We were on a mission when it happened. We didn't even see. It just happened when we were coming home. We ran as fast as we could. We don't know anything.
It would have improved your situation if you had remained in Elturel long enough to ascertain what transpired. A difficult choice when you've got hungry mouths to feed and wounded that need care, I understand. Nevertheless, until I know, or at least until I believe, and I have some evidence to back up those claims, no one from Elturel, with the exception of the Hell Riders, will be allowed through those gates under any circumstances.
Yes, sir.
I will be setting checkpoints at Worms Rock and Rivington, and outside Little Calamshan. It will be frustrating and difficult, but the calmer your citizens are, the easier it will go. And I will be instructing my men to put the safety of Baldur's Gate first. Now, I am prepared to give you a room at one of the inns in the city until your commander arrives. Or as long as you wish. If you want to go back after resting, if you want to go back immediately. Major Stormfang will be your liaison. If you need anything, you speak with her. When your commander returns, you direct him to the Major.
And she'll nod. Yes, sir.
And if you choose to stay in the city, and someone representing the guild approaches you, you report them to the Major immediately.
The guild?
He nods.
And she'll tilt her head.
You don't need to worry about that right now. Doesn't matter what they say. It doesn't matter what they offer you. You report them to the Major. Or to me directly.
And she'll nod. Yes, sir.
Good. So anything that you require right now? Medicine?
My phone just told me it's about to close Discord because it's overheating.
You already said that, my dude.
Originally he was giving us a heads up that his phone might overheat. He's now giving us the heads up that, it overheated.
He gone. Yeah, I understood.
Yeah.
Okay.
The star will just think about it. Rest. It's really all right now. I went 3 days without really resting to try to get here.
We're grateful. I'll spare what supplies I can. But they won't be enough. It won't be enough for the people that come, or for the indignity they will suffer from my guards.
I'll do whatever I can to help.
Acting alone?
If it will help with getting enough supplies or anything, I'd be happy to.
But the Hell Rider's so strong that one member of a given squad is stronger than a squad of Flaming Fist. I applaud you if that's true.
It's not what I'm saying. It's more hands are better than...
will come when your commander arrives. Until then, rest. Or ride out to meet them.
Right.
As if on cue, the door opens and Azaka comes back in. Took the cow longer than I would have liked to find the door, but it is done, Marshal. Brick nods at her. She, looks between the two of you. She's dismissed, Major. Very well. The elf song, then, sir. That'll do. You must be tired, Corporal. Let's get you a room.
She'll nod and she'll salute to the,
Marshal.
She'll salute Marshal and then, head off with, the Major.
So we fade out on that. And we fade back in on Duncan. It
Okay.
is sunset. You've been moving relatively quietly throughout the day, which is a godsend given, the last couple days that you've had, but you're acutely aware that you're down half your squad at this point.
Right.
What is Duncan doing when we fade in? You guys haven't stopped for the night quite yet.
Right. Probably going over what supplies we have with Calendria.
Okay. You're out of food. You are out of food, my dude.
Yikes.
And I think that's probably like what she's saying when we zone in. She's saying like, I can go over it as many times as you want, Duncan. There's no food.
I get it. Tonight when we bed down, I'll take full watch, ride circles around the crowd. I want you to take a group hunting.
Aye, sir?
Don't care how you have to do it. Get these people food.
You see like a thought crossing her mind, but she doesn't voice it. And after a second, she says, Aye, sir?
I saw that look. What is it?
We're riding over farmland. If you don't care how we get it, I might take a few stout lads with heavy sacks and take what we need.
Let me clarify. I have two caveats. I don't want you stealing, and I don't want you cannibalizing.
No intention of cannibalizing, Duncan. Stealing? We're about out of options.
Phew.
Hugh?
Hey, phew. I'm sneezing. Ignore me.
Are you back at your computer?
No, I chilled my phone in the freezer for a bit to get it to stop killing itself.
I'm sorry, you what? What?
Nightfall, we appreciate you, but don't do that. That's an easy way to fuck up your phone.
That's a real good way to fuck up your phone, my dude.
Well, I needed to be here, so fuck it. It's
Why are
fine.
you like this?
Why are you like this?
I needed to be here.
Okay, anyway.
I'm sorry for sneezing. I only put it in there for like 2 minutes. Chill out. But
I'm done. I'm done.
Getting back to the heavy scene at hand, children.
sorry.
Right.
Face it, Duncan. We are the authority of Eltgard right now. If we need to steal to keep these people alive long enough to get to Baldur's Gate, I don't have any compunction against it. With half the squad gone and the lieutenant hardly able to stand, we don't have a lot of choices. Risking hunting under moral means is only going to breed dissent, make things harder. If we have guaranteed food we should take it. At least until we breach the border of Baldur's Gate.
Not a single lie amongst what you say.
Just being pragmatic, sir.
Alright. Take some people out tonight. And if you don't catch enough,
Catch enough. I understand, sir.
good.
What about Denke?
He's resting.
Do you believe that?
I don't have to believe it. I'm going to give it to him as an order.
That leaves you and the captain
That leaves me. That'll be fine.
for 1,000 people. I don't envy you.
I didn't say I was happy about it myself. I just said I'd do it.
Speaking personally, she leans closer. No one would fault you if we left.
I would.
It's getting to that point, Duncan.
Either I'll see these people to Baldur's Gate, or I'll see myself to exile.
The Valkyries will follow you, you know that. The captain I'm less sure of. She'll make some decisions I don't agree with. Granted, so do you, but still.
Me, at least, I grant you the option of disagreeing.
It's
She's
hard not to
becoming
blame
more.
her.
I understand. She's becoming more and more drastic as this journey goes on.
From a vacuum, it's hard to discount her, given the circumstances. But when you're out here, listening to her prattle on, separating the team, it was bad enough when Starlight left, but I held my tongue. But Tordek? That was foolish. There's no two words about it.
Sufficient to say, my patience with the captain is running a little dry, and I won't be sending anyone else away.
So I'm not going hunting then.
Not to the degree, I won't be sending anyone away to the degree that I have sent Rev, Starlight, and Tordek.
Holding a point several days out for extra supplies that we may not even make it to. Should have been Denke. He can rest there. Or better yet, no one. It's not worth it. No way to get him back now, though.
She wanted someone that could hold, She wanted someone who was our best in a trench fight. I mentioned Tordek, and suddenly I had an order on my lap to send him along.
They might as well be dead. They're of no use to us now.
You know how those two are.
Oh, I'm certain they'll survive, Duncan. That's not my point. We might not make it to them. Sorry.
No, you're fine. Deaf and useless are not the same.
If these people turn on us, we couldn't hold them off before. Now, we've got 4 swords between us, and some of them are armed. Thanks to you, I might add.
I saw it as a necessity.
I'm sure you'll feel the same way when your head's on a pike. Makes me nervous. Anyway, I have a hunt to organize. Will that be all?
Yes.
She
You're
salutes.
dismissed.
Where does Duncan go?
I think this conversation was probably happening at the scouting front.
Yeah, probably. Probably called Kalindra up to you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I think he's just going to let the silence sit for a bit.
Okay. As, like, you see, like, the sunlight dancing off the river on your right hand. Okay. So I think time passes, but Duncan isn't aware of it necessarily. And then you hear, like, the echoes from the civilians behind you, like, repeating, like, find a place to stop.
Yeah, Duncan being the front man like he needs to be, paying attention to everything except for the time of day.
Yep. It wasn't directed at you. They were echoing the order that it was time to stop. That's all.
Yeah. I think he's keeping an eye out for a position to call a halt.
Mm-hmm. So there's a fence on your left, and what appears to be just like a recently turned field behind the fence, and then there's the river on your right. You appear to be like on someone's property.
There's a worse place. There are worse places to be.
True.
What actual time of day are we sitting at when these
Sunset.
people... Oh wow.
Which will give you enough light to, like, make camp.
Yeah. Think. No, that's probably too far away. I was gonna say if we reach a point where I can see the end of the sign from the front of the group, that's when I'd call a stop. But that's probably a good ways ahead.
Signs?
Sorry, fence.
Oh, you won't see it into the fence. Like, Rev and Tordek have had a fence on their left the whole time.
I see. Less than 10 minutes are gonna pass before Duncan calls a halt.
Okay. Like, just in the road?
Probably. It's probably safer to squeeze ourselves against the river, unless the river is running right next to the road.
Yeah, it's pretty close. Like, yeah. It's like a couple with a picnic basket could sit between the road and the river, but that's it. You guys would stretch for probably a mile if you put everybody on that side of the road. And also, they're right by the river.
Okay. Fuck. Excuse me.
Kid falls in the river. It's not a good time for anybody.
Yeah. Going. You said the field on the other side of the fence was recently turned.
Yep, looks that way. It looks like it was like a recently tilled field. It may have been planted, but it's dirt right now.
Might do us well to position ourselves on the other side of the fence.
Like in the field?
Probably.
Like when you say on the other side of the fence, like
Yeah,
from where
yeah.
you are right now?
Yeah.
So in the field. Which is trespassing.
Listen.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, like, listen, it's not a great option, but it's a wider area than the road we've got, and that makes it easier to patrol the people.
Okay. So you're gonna let people know to go over the fence?
If they can manage. Those that can't, give them a hand.
Okay, I'm gonna need... Fuck me. You, Denke, Calendria, and Rhea to make Constitution saving throws to stave off exhaustion, because you're gonna have to help some, like, 400 people over this fence. That's like 100 people a piece. That's a lot of work. Denke, you have disadvantage on this check. Unless Duncan tells you not to do it.
Yeah, I'll pick up his slack.
Then you have disadvantage on the check.
That's fine. Oh, that hurts. Oh wait, can I guidance the saving throw?
You can? Yeah.
Might as well.
Okay.
It's not bad. Probably won't save me, but it's not bad.
You and Rhea will take a level of exhaustion. But you managed to get everybody through the fence.
Whoa.
And it occurs to you, somewhere around like the last 10 people, we need to get out of this fence in a hurry, we're in trouble.
I should have thought of that a lot sooner. Fuck, I should have thought about that a lot sooner. Okay.
Is Denke here?
Okay.
I hear a blip, which tells me that Squeaky's mic's not working. Might want to reconnect, friend. So yeah, Duncan, I think you and Rhea are like standing on the road side of the fence, getting the last people over. Calendria is already gone to the next job.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Rhea just looks over at you, and she goes, "Here? Are you sure?"
But make it much easier to watch over the people.
All right. Where's the gate?
Not likely to be in sight for some time. Quite some time, I'd guess.
You need to find an exit to this pen. What if there's a fire? I'll go and see if I can find the owner and try to broker a peace.
Aye.
Where's the sergeant? We'll put her on watch.
I'll stay on watch. Master Sergeant is gathering people to go on a hunt.
We need to find the exit, Commander. I suppose we can find the exit first and then I can go to the farmhouse. I hope there's a farmhouse. God.
Aye.
Still busted, Denke.
Still busted, Denke.
Check your mic connections, my dude.
I wager he did.
Probably, but...
Alright, so Rhea will leave to go and find the thing. What's Duncan gonna do?
While people are settling down, Duncan's just gonna do what he can to, like, run laps around the people on the horse.
Okay.
Keep an eye on everything he can.
Make a perception check with disadvantage, because there is no way you can see the minutiae of everything.
Like I said, everything he can.
Like I said, disadvantage.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I don't have my... Badoinkus.
Okay. There's a lot of weary people, because climbing through a fence is hard.
Right.
Plus, I've been walking all day. A lot of weary people, a lot of dour faces. Several times you're asked about, where's dinner? At first, it's like, hey, Commander, we're all here. Do you know when dinner is? And then later on, it's like, where's the food?
The answer every time is going to be, listen, is going to be effectively, we've got a party out tonight. They have guaranteed success.
Make a persuasion check.
Has anybody got inspiration they're willing to spend?
Calendria does not. Rev does not. Rhea does not. Still can't hear you, Denke. Do Tordek and Starlight have inspiration?
No, hell's no.
Nope.
Oh, super cool.
Yeah. You hope your words are reaching some people, Duncan, but like even you have a little bit of trouble believing the words that you're stating. Like, this is a dire situation that you find yourself in. And I think maybe like, you tell me, but maybe Calendria's words pop into Duncan's head, like, nobody would fault you if we left.
It probably does hit him in the back of the head again. But Duncan can't bring himself to walk away from this.
Okay.
No matter how badly he would want to, he can't bring himself to.
Okay. Make another perception check for me, please.
Okie dokie.
Broken squeaky.
That's
I
actually pretty good.
hear you pressing your push to talk button, friend. We hear a very clear pop, and then nothing.
You've had this issue before, I think.
Yeah, but restarting usually fixes it. the good news, Duncan, is you don't see any threats in your patrol, and that's a pretty all right roll.
Yeah.
But I think Duncan is acutely aware of how many civilians are here and how few Hellriders. And I think we go over. Good.
I was gonna say, I don't think there's been a moment that he hasn't been warily aware of that fact and just waiting for something to come of that problem.
There's a metaphor here for 1,000 dirty and tired peasants in a field of turned earth with wooden fences on every side. But I'll let you fill in the blanks yourself. Tordek.
Aye.
What are you doing after you bury the body?
Bury the body, say a prayer to Torm, and head my way back to Rev.
Okay. So the sun is setting, getting ready to touch the river by the time that you get back to Rev, who is pacing around and, muttering to himself, Rev?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay.
It's.
Do you come out when you hear Tordek riding up?
I do.
Okay.
Same thing as before. At the window, checking before coming out.
Okay.
But Rev muttering to himself is kind of weird, right?
Well, he's a bird. Birds mutter to themselves a lot.
But it's less like a person muttering and more like cacophony of small noises.
True.
Muttering.
True.
Mm-hmm.
So if Rev is muttering to himself like a person, what is he saying?
No, I mean he does it like a bird mimicking sounds.
Okay.
It's just a cacophony of sounds. Like small ones, not something like...
I understand.
Yeah.
Like a drill noise punctuated with the sound of his gun cocking, punctuated with the sound of
the sounds of his workshop, something comforting.
Exactly. And what would Tordek know that to mean, if anything?
The bird is anxious.
Anxious.
Okay.
Like he hasn't found anything, but something's got him on edge. That kind of thing.
Okay. So yeah, Tordek, as the sun is going down, you could tell Rev is frayed.
Mm-hmm.
The floor is the two of yours.
Something the matter, lad?
Pauses in thought for a moment and goes... I have the... in Denke's voice, I can't remember exactly his inflection. It's so hard to write down inflections.
It really is.
I have the report for you.
Go ahead.
Now, holds out his notebook. He's already written in it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He's written. There's a single lone footprint. Where was it exactly?
Behind the barn, basically.
Behind the barn. No. Positive ID. Have not found anything. And there's also a description of the footprint.
Light, booted, pointed toe, heeled.
Direction of footprint as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, take a moment to read over that. That's the only thing out of the place, is it?
Affirmative.
Alright. Can figure out what that means in the moment. For the time being.
You still have the tools?
Yeah.
Because you're not hiding those. That's why I'm asking.
Fuck no, I'm not.
He's got, like, full-size farm tools with him, Rev. I just remembered that. Rev?
I don't think I have a line for this.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Don't you have... Curious. Thought I gave you that one.
No, you didn't give me that one.
That's a shame. Giving Rev, like, turns of phrase that are also emotions.
Oh my... Okay, so the biggest issue I have with this group is everyone speaks in compound sentences.
Yup.
Mm-hmm.
Yup.
Nobody talks in simple sentences.
Nope. I believe Calendria specifically said at one point, if Rev writes something in his notebook, I say it for him.
Yeah.
So you got that.
Yeah.
Anything you put in your notebook that Calendria reads, you can add to your list.
I do have a line I could use for that.
Okay.
Looks at the tools, look at Tordite, look back at the tools. Well, there's no arguing that, I suppose.
Good one.
I had to make do with what I could find. And I had to clean up the mess.
And then back in Tordek's voice. I don't think it should be a. I can't do a Dwarvish accent. I have no practice with it, so I'm just gonna say the line.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine.
I don't think it should be a problem, but we should definitely keep an eye. I had to say the full line. So.
Yep.
Yep.
What is so great about this, I cannot stress this enough, is, like, not only does Rev not emote, he just opens his beak once and the line comes out.
Yeah.
Like,
it's so good.
I love Kenku, but also I hate Kenku.
It's so disconcerting to
unsettling.
people who have never met Kenku.
Yes.
Oh my
And to the
God.
rest of us, it's just like, yep, that's what he does.
Yep.
That's why he do. Rev is not the face of the party, and he never will be.
Yep.
I was successfully the face of the party as a Kenku. Thank you very much.
Yo,
Oh,
Rev
yeah.
is a lot different than your Kenku is.
I mean, listen, Rico the Blue is a lot different than most characters.
His name is Okio the Blue, sir.
Rico. Boom.
Who the fuck is Rico?
I have no idea.
He's the.
Wasn't there a movie called that with some blue?
Penguins of Madagascar.
Thank you, Wolf.
That's
I was about
not
to say
the.
that.
That's not the movie I was thinking of at all.
You're thinking of Rango, Nightfall.
No, that's the one with the lizard.
Yep.
I was thinking of the one. What was it? Fucking. No, it had the blue birds that are endangered or something.
Rio.
You're talking about Rio?
Yeah. It's close
What
enough
is
to Rico.
What is Rio?
It is a fantastic movie, by the way.
What is
It's
it?
a movie. It's a movie about blue macaws. A blue macaw that has trouble flying.
And they're endangered.
They were he was raised in like Colorado,
It was Minnesota.
Minnesota, whatever. There's like no difference. The difference between
The
Minnesota
difference is
and
you're
Colorado
from one of those
is,
two places, Gamzee.
And me
Listen.
saying there's no difference should say something about that.
Listen, Nightfall doesn't understand because he lives in a desert.
Anyway, the long and short of it is, Lady finds out her pet bird is some rare endangered bird, takes it to a facility in like Rio.
Yes.
Spoil some bird smuggling thing.
Yeah.
I couldn't remember if the facility itself was in Rio or not. Is the reason I said it like that.
Yeah. The whole movie takes place in Rio de Janeiro.
Except for the first 10 minutes, which are Minnesota.
Wait,
And then
hold
there's
on.
a Rio too.
Hold on. Lady in Minnesota, my bird is really rare, decides to go to South America.
Yeah, that's where the bird is naturally from.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So
That makes a lot more sense.
Hang on. She learns this when a aviologist, I don't know the proper term for them.
It's not that.
I'm going to call it that anyway.
Can we get back to Hell to Pay?
Yes. I'll tell you about it after the show.
Yeah, I want to hear about this movie, but also, I'm already concerned. I have a really rare bird. Let me go to fucking South America. Okay, moving on.
If it makes you feel better, the birds have a great time at Carnival.
I believe that, but also I'm just thinking of some older lady from Minnesota trying to survive in South America, and it doesn't go well.
Oh, it is a treat. Anyway,
no offense to South America. Like, South America viewers, if you're out there, you know, mad respect, but also, like, stay safe, friends. That's all I'm gonna say. Moving on. So, yeah.
Where were we?
I don't fucking know.
Usually we go on our tangents at the start. I think we're a little starved for tangents for a
A
while.
little bit.
yeah.
Tordek has farm implements. He recommended dealing with the footprint in the morning.
Yes.
If I might ask, lad, what's got your feathers in a tussle?
I think Rev knew that this was going to come up, and he's already pre-written something.
Okay.
He flips the page because nobody goes through his book, and it's just got a paragraph on it.
Oh God!
Just about, like, I'm not gonna go through the whole thing, but it's like those people are starving, and I'm all the way out here, not visiting every farm there is because I was told to stay here. And then there's bullshit ahead, apparently, and no positive ID on any threat. Just that's the gist of it.
Way to not mention Starlight.
Starlight can handle herself a lot better than the rest of us can. She has a stealth of stupid.
No, she has a perception of stupid. Her stealth is only dumb.
She has a stealth of cat.
It's a stealth of cats.
For some reason, that makes me think of like one of those moments when you go into your kitchen at night and you just see the eyes.
It's somehow they're never at the vertical level you expect them to be.
Never. Never.
How did you get on the middle shelf of the cabinet? How did you manage that, cat?
Dark, no less.
Okay, I've gone to a plan B. Can you hear me?
Hey, it's Squeaky!
It's a Squeaky! Huzzah!
It's my man.
Is it?
What?
Well then.
What? Hold on.
You ready?
Good,
Wait, what? What just?
Does Sims know?
Ah, I see. Well, I'll be going home then. Good night.
I repeat, does Sims know?
Listen, what Sibs doesn't know can't hurt Kit. Anyway.
Listen, I will be going home now. I have to be honest, I was expecting a lot more laughing than just this. But you know what? With that mess up,
So anyway,
Eh,
so yeah,
I-
Dordek,
yeah,
exposition paragraph.
Bird feelings dot text.
Yes.
Oh hey, my fucking internet's back. Hang on.
Hooray!
Hooray!
I can stop streaming! Heck yeah.
The fact that somebody at this table with palpable relief just said, I can stop streaming. I don't know how I feel about that. This is going so well tonight. Goodness.
Listen, the Valkyries have had to deal with 1,200 people.
They've had a couple days, yeah.
We need these tangents.
It's fair.
The tangents are just as much part of the gameplay as the rest of it.
Yeah, fair. Are you
Yeah.
back?
Yes, I am back.
So what do you and Tordek want to do?
I guess. Fuck, we're gonna be doing long watches tonight.
Yeah.
Ugh.
So you guys want to settle in for the night?
Unless Tordek wants to go see the footprint.
I said we'll deal with it in the morning, damn it.
Are you sure, .gif?
On the plus side for you two, there are actual beds in the farmhouse.
Yeah,
Oh my
luxury.
God.
The luxury these villagers aren't gonna get for a long ass time.
You're right. The question is, who sleeps in the master bedroom, or is it both of you?
I mean, the answer is yes.
The answer is yes, but also while one of us is in it, the other one's on watch, so what does it matter?
I mean, valid. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
So, oh my god, I get to say this and it's not a joke. Meanwhile, back at the ranch,
Nice.
I just come back to the fuck.
perfect. Night has fallen over the Eltelgard farmlands.
Yeah.
Duncan,
Yeah.
what would you like to do?
We gonna keep up what we've been doing and just ride.
Make a Constitution saving throw.
How many exhaustion is it before I just pass the fuck out?
6.
Oh no. Wait, no, fuck you, that's death.
You're right.
Yeah,
You don't
that's not what I-
automatically pass out from exhaustion until 6.
Flavorly, you pass out whenever
Oh.
you want to.
Fuck, that was a perception. My bad.
Yeah, yes, it was. You see that you am tired.
No am not, bimsh.
I mean, you're still tired. You just don't have 2 levels of exhaustion.
True shit.
So, where is Denke? Like, I'm assuming, Squeaky, you were able to hear most of what was happening?
Oh yeah, I heard everything.
Okay, cool. Where is Denke in this field of people?
I guess he would have been in the midst, sort of just. He's obviously not supposed to be doing any work, but he could be giving information, directing traffic, getting people situated, listening out for who's complaining the most.
Everybody's hungry. Everybody's tired. There is no food to speak of. Galendria has fucked the fuck off somewhere. And sometime around, like, it's well and truly nighttime, so like around 8 o'clock. You hear somebody in the crowd around you go, "We're on a farm. Let's get some vegetables or something."
I might have made a mistake.
And suddenly people are talking about, like, slipping over the fence. Okay.
Well, I think I'm going to quietly make my way toward Duncan.
Duncan is riding around everybody pretty quickly, he said. So,
Oh, well then I'm going to quietly link into the earring ascending.
that's a good plan.
Commander, the unrest is getting much worse now. There's talk of sacking the farm for food.
Clarification. I heard that. I'm just trying to think how to. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's just locked for now, but it's spreading fast.
I mean, no, it's not just people are climbing fences.
No, they were talking about climbing fences.
Oh.
Yeah, that's why communicating now, because one person isn't gonna do jack squat to keep people from going over those fences.
While valid, like, 2 people ain't gonna do much more. Duncan needs to curtail this quick. Or you need to curtail this quick.
Or
And
you let them get the food.
before you ask Duncan, Ray is not back yet.
I didn't think so.
Or at least you haven't seen her be back.
So I gotta think, what would be one's best way of curtailing attempted mass theft?
Mass theft, nothing. The farmer's gonna potentially come out and see what these people are doing. What the fuck do you think is gonna happen?
Yeah, that's true. Damn.
Ooh,
There's
okay.
probably a story of El Turtle of El Turtle history where like during the vampire invasion, or was it vampire or undead?
Oh,
The
there
big
has been
invasion
both.
50 years ago. Yeah, where
30.
they're probably El Turtle probably had to endure a lot of famine and starvation and whatnot back then as well, right?
That whole incursion, it wasn't a siege. That whole incursion lasted about 2 weeks.
Ah,
It
right.
was more about just like people were dropping in droves. More of a plague than a famine. However, I rolled for it because Duncan is hemming and hawing, and while you're waiting for Duncan to get back to you, Denke, you hear the words that you really wish you didn't hear. Somebody in the crowd says, "Where did you get that?"
I think Denke gets up, strides over to where the person spoke,
Mhm.
said, "Have you found a requisition already? Who's responsible? Who's in charge here?"
Yeah. So you go over and you see an older woman. She's like 50 some. She's got a baby on her hip. She's exhausted, you can tell. And she's looking at a young man. They don't seem to be related. The young man is like maybe 20. And he's holding a basket of apples. And he sees you, and the first thing out of his mouth is, "I was going to share." But he says it a little bit too loud, and about 5 people turn around.
This young man's about to get his shit kicked in.
Yeah? I need an action, Commander Denke.
Oh.
Because otherwise the world's gonna move beneath you.
Not the ideal situation to be in, I see.
No. Not at all.
I think Denke is going to chime in real quick and say quite loudly, "Your initiative is commendable, but they're just apples. We're in the process of hunting down food for everyone."
Make a persuasion check. You have disadvantage because of your exhaustion, sir.
Yikes. I really wish one of us had inspiration to give you.
Denke might earn some inspiration here. But he doesn't have it for
Sorry,
this roll.
sheet's loading.
Nobody has really, like, gone above and beyond or dealt with a major crisis yet, so, oof. So
You don't have guidance to give yourself, do you?
Nope.
So, Duncan, you actually hear this not over your comms, but like in the world. Denke gets to where he says they're just apples, and he can't get the rest of it out because about 20 or so raised voices shouting things like, "Give it here, I want one," "Get the basket," and people start moving on this kid.
Okay, I'm on my way on my horse.
There's about 100 people between you and this. This is happening in the middle of the group.
Oh, okay. Simple solution then.
Yep.
Thaumaturgy.
Okay.
And with as much military muster as I can, holler over the crowd to stop.
Make an intimidation check. Okay. So they start to form a ring around the kid, and Denke, you're trying to make your voice heard, and you just hear, "Stop!" And there's a single like exhalation, and everybody in the crowd looks over. Duncan, what do you do?
Without
You better make this good, son.
Yeah. So I think this is I'm gonna word this outside the voice.
Yep.
Just because I need to word this good.
Yeah, you do. Word and deed need to be on point right here.
With the promise of food on the way, would you rather turn on those that remain as the final connections to your home, than wait one more night?
I was gonna give you advantage until you said wait the whole night. Now it's a normal roll.
Whoa.
Persuasion.
God fucking damn it. It's not the whole night I was saying.
Then wait one more night. Like, that's what other people would hear. Other people would hear, like, wait all night. Or have apples now. That's a big ask. That's a big ask for people who are well fed. Make that persuasion check.
Don't fucking want to fail.
I'm gonna give you inspiration because of that. That intimidation, that really good intimidation that you did. If you want to let that stand or re-roll it because you have inspiration, that's fine with me either way. You might need it later.
I might need it later. Listen. That's nothing to scoff at.
No, it's not.
I
But
think.
Are you confident it's high enough? Like, here's the thing. You can't do worse than that because you would be rolling with advantage. So, that's your minimum. If you think you can do better and you want to burn that inspiration to try, you can. I remind you what your modifier is on that roll.
Yeah.
You can't do worse. You've banked that. But if you think the inspiration will be better used elsewhere, and you want to save it, and you think that's high enough, that's fine too.
Hold on just a second. I'm reading through a couple things.
The other question is, like, even if that inspiration will serve you better elsewhere, can Duncan deal with a riot?
No. If that's my minimum, I'm gonna take the chance and I'm gonna reroll it.
All right, do it. Okay. Well, that could have been a lot worse than it was.
Yeah.
So, I'm going to roll against that. I'm going to give them a modifier because they're hungry and tired. But that also makes them kind of easier to cow, and you did just intimidate them. I'm going to give them... This is the full modifier. I'm not going to type out all the modifiers, but this is what it rounds to. Oh, yeah. Okay. So, there's a pause, there's a grumble, because of course there's a grumble. And after a moment, somebody in the crowd, you can't see who it is, goes, "We get food tomorrow?"
I'm sorry, that's being posed as a question?
Is being posed as a question.
Okay. Oh yeah, it's thaumaturgy going.
Yep.
You will.
I think, yeah, like, grumbling, the mood lightens. They can't really disperse, there's nowhere for them to go. But the like raised fists and clenched jaws come down. The dude with the basket of apples, he like looks at you, and he doesn't say anything. He just hurriedly hands Denke the basket of apples, because you know you're both in uniform.
Right. Turn off the thaumaturgy.
Mm-hmm.
Over the comms to Denke.
Mm-hmm.
Do with those what you will. I need to see if I can get in range of Calendria.
Squeaky, you with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I'd rather you not stray too far, Captain. I don't know how long this, or Commander, I don't know how long this calm is going to last.
Understand. I'm just going to get within range to send her a message.
How will you know?
I mean, sorry. Like normal, you'd start moving in the direction that she went.
Do you know which way she went?
God damn. Whatever. Never mind.
I'm just saying, like,
No, I don't. So logically, it's a fucking dumb idea. Because there's no good way for me to know when I have or have not connected. These are rocks with magic. They don't exactly have a ding tone.
I mean, that's something that Rev could potentially modify.
With respect, Commander, notifying Calendria isn't going to make them find food any faster.
Technically. Listen. She's got her orders if they, quote unquote, don't catch enough.
Yep. Better question is, where the fuck is Rhea?
That's fair.
She left, like, a couple hours ago, and she was just gonna go find the farmer.
There's, like, no signs of light across the field, right?
Nope.
Like,
There's the moon and stars overhead, but, like, nobody has materials to make a fire, so, like, the field is dark.
And you said there's no signs of any buildings or farmhouse.
Not this part. It's like, farmlands are big, especially back in the day, like...
Oh, yeah. Do we know which way she went, at least?
Yes. Well, Duncan does. Which, like... So check it.
Right.
You guys are basically... like... in a field like this. Like, you guys are in that bottom corner. The road is right here. And the river is down here. Right? So all of the citizens are, like, in this box. And there's other fields. Rhea went this way.
Oh.
And for what it's worth, Calendria started this way. Whether she's there now or not is hard to say.
We gotta get Rhea fucking comms at some point.
Yep.
But the moment I can't exactly risk trying to take a quick sprint in that direction to see if she found anything.
So what do you want to do? Like, you and Denke are the last two to resolve before a long rest.
Right.
I think Denke will just come over to the comms. I have a word, Commander.
Yeah, you could be making your way out of the crowd. Like, you saw where Duncan was.
Okay, yeah, he's gonna make his way over to Duncan.
That's fine.
Commander. Even if we buy some time with food, the discontent is only going to get worse from here. If not hunger, then fatigue. Not fatigue, then whatever dangers we face along the road, which we know there are some. We need to be able to give these people something to get them through. Maybe not hope, but a sense of purpose beyond just going toward Baldur's Gate.
Follow.
No one wants to think about home. If there is anything of that left, we are what is left. But right now, people are too tired, too hungry, too distraught to think of that. What we need is a way to remind the people who they are and that they are a people. Unfortunately, what way that might be is beyond my grasp at the moment.
Definitely, I have to agree. I'm in the same position. If they had their own leaders among them, it might be easier. Elders and whatnot that small groups would turn to when the larger cannot come to an agreement.
Easier said than done when far few of them come from the city proper.
Mm.
It's been just a few days. I can't imagine many have found much to bond over beside the shared hardships, and that's a pitiful foundation to build upon for a task such as this.
Right. For those that did come together, though, there is a likelihood that they have a binding brotherhood of sorts. An elder, a shared home, something. Keep an ear out while you rest. If you see if you can see who the people go to. Well, homes, things of significance that they speak about. If you hear anything useful, report it.
Understood, Commander.
If we can't bring them together under the banner of Eltulgard, perhaps we can bring them together under the shared banners they've already come with.
And if they come together and decide to stop listening to orders, if they decide that their course of action is smarter and run headfirst into danger, what then?
Take inspiration, Denke.
You bring up a fair point. So, there's something to be said about reminding people of what their home is. Certainly, we can't use Eltulgard, but Eltulgard is the symbol that brought their banners together. We treat it less like a kingdom and a collection. Treat Eltugard as the hall that holds their banners, not the kingdom that contains them.
We've been a people forged from hardships, enduring. It has been easy to forget what all people have endured as Eltergard grew and prospered. Would that we were not forced to remember such hardships, let alone endure them.
It sounds like ultimately you two are winding down for the evening.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
Yes.
Denke is.
What are you gonna do?
I gotta keep watch, man.
Okay. So, Denke, I presume you're going to be following your orders and resting?
Yes.
You'll be able to clear both of your exhaustion levels if you do that. Duncan,
Mm-hmm.
you're gonna sit up all night?
Gotta.
Con save with disadvantage. Okay. You will only receive one additional level of exhaustion, not two.
Alright, I'll take that.
Tordek and Rev.
Mm-hmm.
Are you guys doing anything besides keeping watch? Are you taking downtime actions? Because you two are fairly comfortable.
So with our with the downtime actions, we both would get 2.
Correct.
We could both do one on watch while the other person does their actual downtime, and we effectively get one.
You would
downtime
effectively
if we
get
wanted.
one if you wanted it, yes.
Yeah.
We could do that.
Yep.
I'd like to put another point into Gunner.
Feel free.
And I'll put another point into Linguist.
Okay. So, yeah. Duncan, I think you feel like shit. And I think at a certain point, you are now in the state that Denke was in yesterday.
Yeah, I was just thinking, we just traded places.
I'm not gonna say you fell asleep on watch, but I am gonna say that at a certain point you had to just sit down with your back to the fence and take a second.
Right.
It's early. It's like, oh boy, it's like maybe like just before dawn. But you're awakened. I say awakened by somebody like walking over to you.
The better wording is like
Snapped out of your reverie.
Yeah, your consciousness is brought back to the surface.
Yes. And you see Calendria like standing over where you're sitting. She's dirty. She's real dirty. She's dirtier than she should be. And she's got that like stony look in her eye that she gets when like, shit's about to pop off. And like as you're getting to your feet, she just says, "Duncan."
Aye.
And she holds her hand out.
She holding something?
She's got a closed fist.
What?
Do you hold your hand out?
Sure.
She drops a Hell Rider's medallion into your palm. It's got captain's bars on it.
What is this?
Oh no.
Hunting didn't work, so we turned our attention to the closest farm we could. The people have bacon and eggs, fresh vegetables, roast chicken. The farmhouse was empty. It looked like a storm hit it, and that was lying on the floor.
You don't think?
I'm just reporting, Commander.
Duncan's got his helmet on,
Mm-hmm.
so it's not so much a look. But there's this sense that can come off of someone.
Yeah.
It's a sort of feeling when you get the 50-50 on if someone's about to try to kill someone.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, that's all Duncan's giving off here. He is too
Calendria's
tired to be
just
hearing
like,
this.
yeah, Calendria's just like standing there with her shillelagh in her hand. We looked, Duncan, we looked. But without Starlight, or Denke, or Tordek, I didn't find much.
I understand.
I can show you where the farmhouse is.
No.
No?
Take 10K.
Yes, sir.
I'll be here. There's a little bit more to that statement than simply he will be here when they get back.
Yeah, there's a pause. As Calendria, like, she started to turn away, and then you say that she stops, like, half turn, looks you up and down. And then I think she just nods gravely and goes to find Denke, who I assume is making roast pork, potatoes, and eggs for everyone.
Yup, pretty much.
So you've got, like, some of the people who know how to cook helping you. You've got, like, a chow line forming. You make a batch of whatever, you parcel it out, and, like, 20 people get food. And you've been doing this for several hours. Because Calendria got you immediately.
Mm-hmm.
You see Calendria, like, push through the crowd, and she's got that look. She's got the same look on her face as when she gave you the supplies, which was basically, like, give you the supplies and then fuck off immediately. Like, she's back, and she's, like, stern, like, stuff's going on. And I think, like, without a word, she just, like, steps off to the side and waits for you to join her.
Yeah, I think Denke grabs enough. Just like grabs a plate of food to make
Passes
sure
it to
that.
somebody.
Well, I think he wants to make sure that Duncan and Calendria eat.
Oh, okay, fair. Yeah, like, so you grab a plate, you take it over to Calendria. She takes it, and she, like, sticks her fork in it, but she doesn't take a bite. And, like, immediately she goes, the captain's gone. Duncan's dealing with being the High Rider, and frankly, I don't think he slept.
I know he didn't. We barely staved off a riot in your absence.
I was a bit preoccupied.
Oh, no blame. There's nothing anyone could have done. If all of us had been here, it would have been much the same, just more people tackling the same problem.
Duncan wants you to see if you can find anything from the crime scene.
That thing kind of cocks an eyebrow. Murder, was it?
Couldn't say. All I know is hunting didn't go well. So we raided the farm. The farmhouse was empty. Looked like a twister blew through. And I found the captain's insignia inside the doorframe. That is all that I know.
I'm assuming the weather has been clear the whole time.
You slept outside last night, yeah.
And how far away did you say this farm is?
We're on the property. Farmhouse is about walking half a bell that way. She points further up the road.
Clarification: half a bell is like a bell is like an hour,
yeah,
right?
20-30 minutes. Yeah.
Okay.
Farms are big, man.
No questions, no arguments. We just wanted to be sure I understood the measurement correctly.
Yep. She probably would have said something akin to So, a fun unit of measurement that I read about in a series called Wheel of Time. I think it was Wheel of Time. One of the characters says 2 spaces is a span, 1,000 spans is a mile. And I've wanted to use that, but I knew nobody else would get it, and I guess if I explain it, they will. So, half a bell that way. Kalendra also could have said, 500-600 paces that way, or something.
Now, when she says it looks like a tornado passed through, was that just an exaggeration? Everything was a mess, or was it literal tornado?
No. Turn a phrase looks like a hurricane hit that.
Yeah, just making sure.
Yeah. Are you even fit to travel? You looked terrible yesterday.
I've actually followed orders and rested, knowing something like this might have happened.
Galindria takes a bite of food with a look of surprise on her face.
You don't have to look that surprised.
I'll stay here with Duncan. He's not fit to do anything in his state. Just follow the paths. All the fences are marked. I sent the civilians back with the food. They didn't have any trouble getting here. I stayed and looked around. Couldn't find anything.
I'll be quick. We can't waste much time if we're going to meet up with the others at any reasonable time frame.
Might do well to just stay here, serve food, and tell Duncan we didn't find anything.
If there is danger, we need to know about it. We can't be caught unawares again.
True. But if we lose you as well... Frankly...
Well, you were on the property and you came back.
Yeah, but I'm stronger than you. She punches you on the arm.
And I'm quieter than you.
Touché. Go. I'll sort things here.
Make sure he eats. And with that, he'll go to get out of his mouth.
You're gonna have to get out of the people first.
Well, yes.
Yeah, so you get out of the people. Do you go out onto the road? That might be the best.
Yeah, I just gotta go the fastest way possible.
So climb through the fence, use your medallion, call on your mount. Head up the road. It doesn't take long, especially on horseback, before you see like it's not a road, but it's like, a farm path turn off the main road. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you turn off that, you go through some fences. It's very quick. You find a farmhouse. It's not one of the farmhouses that Rev has been to. It's a different one. You see a silo, several fields over on your right, big silo, and you come up to the farmhouse, and you notice three things immediately. There's a chicken coop with nothing in it. Like, the door to the chicken coop has been ripped off, and there's no like chickens running around. There's a mud-turned pen with a water trough in it. Smells of pig. No pigs, but there is blood on the soil. And the door to the farmhouse is hanging on one hinge.
Are there any tracks?
Tons.
Any distinguishable tracks?
Make a survival check.
The others.
You see several heavy, twisting tracks of beleaguered humans. You see something or several somethings was dragged, and there's blood in the drag marks back towards where you were camping. You see Calendria's much lighter footsteps, almost like, despite her being a stone sorcerer, she's still an Aasimar, and so like her footsteps are very light. She kind of has a little bit of wind under her feet. But you do see them mostly around the farmhouse. Like, obviously you can't see them on the porch, but you see them like in the mud around the farmhouse. You see that she seems to have looked all around the farmhouse. You see hoof prints aside from yours, and for that matter, Calendria's. Calendria's posse seems to come in from the south, so like further south and then up towards the river, so northward. You see another set of heavy hoof tracks come up from the fields, and then a very heavy set of boots walk out to the farmhouse, but it does not walk out again. And then your hoof print.
Oh, yeah, that might be the captain.
Maybe.
Are those distinct enough to be able to follow the heavy set of footprints?
Yeah, they go into the farmhouse and they don't come out again.
Well, I'm going to go quietly, as quietly as possible, into the farmhouse and see
Make
if
a
I
health check.
can.
Okay. So you creep into the farmhouse and what? Sorry, just needed to get that out of the way.
Oh, no, you're fine. I'm gonna just look for disturbances, look for anything out of place.
So Calendria was right. This place has been ransacked. When you step in, there's a narrow but wide kitchen, or narrow but long, excuse me, kitchen. All of the cabinets have been thrown open. There's nothing in any of them. There's a little sink. It's been like upturned and smashed. There's the remains of water on the floor. The larder has been opened and emptied. The sitting room on the other side, all the furniture has been turned. All the shelves have been like dumped out. All the like bookshelves and bookcases have been like dumped onto the floor and rifled through. There's doors further back. Like if you walk straight from the main door, there's doors further back, probably leading to bedroom or bedrooms. All of those doors are open or busted. There's like scuff marks all over the floor, as if several people came through in a hurry.
I suppose try to find the master suite, the master bedroom, or just the main area of the house.
Well, the main area of the house is where you were.
Oh, right. Yeah. Like the master bedroom.
Yeah, you head up the hallway. You look in the first door. It's a bedroom. Probably for like a grown child or a field hand. It's narrow and long like the kitchen. It's got a bed. It's got a dressing table. It's got like a small screen and a washtub, all of which has been destroyed. The bed has been completely, the bed frame has been completely flipped over. The mattresses and the pillows have been torn open. The dressing table has been flipped. All the drawers have been pulled out and dumped on the floor. Excuse me. The screen has been thrown aside. It's been savaged, and this is true in all the rooms.
So this is the typical looking for absolutely anything of value sort of ransacking. I will say that with my background as a City Watch investigator, Denke would probably be able to know a pattern if there was
Yes.
If it was just general wildness versus a purpose.
Understand that you have not rolled any dice yet.
Yes.
Right now, at first blush, before you touch your dice, it's hard to tell if it's looking for valuables, looking for something specific, or an intelligent, like, savagery. Like, this is not the work of, like, wolves.
Yes.
But it might be the work of, like, vampires. You would need to roll investigation to get more information.
I would like to roll.
By all means. Okay. So, as always, I will give you some information, and I will let you bank some questions. You've got 3 questions to work with, so keep that in mind.
Mm-hmm.
You do not see any blood. First point. You see plenty of signs of struggle. Clearly, whatever was here fought back. But no blood, which means it was either not spilled or cleaned up. You see that a great deal of the damage seems to be from those struggles, where the looking for things, and there is signs of searching, it wasn't more meticulous, that's the wrong word, but they weren't looking to turn the bookcase over, they were just trying to empty it. Whereas it got turned over in the melee. This thing, like, whatever this was, definitely understands what, like, cabinets and drawers are. It knows to look in them for things. There is no receptacle that would store potential valuables that has not been removed or otherwise opened by force. Probably the most notable thing is all of the, like, windows. Granted, these people do not have glass, but there are, like, paper coverings over the windows. All of those are intact, and the structure is standing. It's just the inside, like, there seems to have been a substantial melee and a search job inside. So you have 3 questions.
Noted. I think my first question. Well,
Go ahead. Don't be afraid to get obvious stuff off the board if you're not sure what else to ask.
Right. Well, I was gonna say, is there any indication via things that might be around, food or what have you, of how long ago this occurred?
Yeah, that's a reasonable question. It is a magnitude of hours, but not days. From the radiant heat in the fireplace, probably sometime last night. That's what I got. Hello?
Yeah, no, I heard you loud and clear.
With my internet and the fact that I can't look at my call right now with only one monitor, impossible for me to tell if I'm still going.
Oh no, totally understandable, and I'm dealing with my mic issues, so.
No worries.
I think. Is there anything that would typically? Is there anything here that typically wouldn't be, or anything that's typically in a farmhouse that's not?
Yes. There is no herbage, produce, or half-eaten food in the kitchen. There's no flatware, silverware, plates, cups. Like, the kitchen has been gutted. Let's see, things that would typically be in a farmhouse that are not, things that would not typically be in a farmhouse that are. Animal product, furniture, and placemats are often used to retain temperature. So, like rugs on the floor, etc. The floors are bare, aside from, the detritus. There is an odd number of books, but looking through them, it just seems like the people who lived here like to read. Nothing seems significant about them. No secret panels in any of the books or anything like that.
It's still weird though, because books are expensive.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. But so are cars, and people collect those.
I mean, yeah, but this is like a farm, which means these people were doing really well.
My man, when have you ever been to a farm that didn't have at least 6 cars?
And you know, you're on a farm, you're dealing with that all the time. You're not going to town every other day.
Yeah.
There is no town nearby.
It's several days to Elturel. Like, the closest place is Fort Morninglord, and that's a full day away.
People find things to keep themselves busy.
Yep. Like, I give you, it's odd, but it's not relevant. At least it doesn't seem to be.
Oh. However, I will be right back. It feels like I've cut my tongue.
Oof. Other than that, not particularly. Anything that could potentially be of value is missing. So, like, if it crosses your mind, like, is there a nice hairbrush in the bedroom? Gone. Is there a pocket watch anywhere?
No, I wasn't
Gone.
expecting anything like that. Yeah.
I understand. I'm saying conspicuous by its absence is anything of value. Anything you can think of is not here.
Right. Well, I can definitely tell that this is not the same sort of crowd that hit the
Fort Morninglord.
Rev reported. Yeah, or Fort Morninglord. But no, from Rev's report, because I was there. Denke was there when he gave the report.
It could be those sort.
But not quite the same mindset, because nothing was burned, or the valuables were taken.
You don't know if valuables were taken from the first place or not.
Fair.
But but yes, there are no dead people with writing in viscera, and there's no, like, there's no burn. Does not mean it's not the same people, but you're right.
This is fair.
But you are correct, and it's definitely not Knowles, because Knowles don't give a shit.
I think the most obvious, and
You only got one more.
are there any signs of the captain? What they might have been doing here and what might have happened to them?
Denke's an investigator. He's an academic. He puts information together. There is definitely signs that the captain was here because there was somebody here who was really good in a fight. There, like, a fight very obviously broke out, and the sides were not mismatched. Which can only mean incompetent thieves, but with the level of looting in this house, that's not likely, or competent thieves and there was a competent fighter on the other side. What's weird is there's no blood. There's no blood, there's no bodies. Like, if Rhea got attacked as a soldier, her sword's gonna come out and there's gonna be blood everywhere. But there's not. Which, you said the secret word, can you give me an insight check?
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Rhea didn't draw her sword. If Rhea was here and there was a fight, Rhea forewent her sword. She fought hand to hand. The question is why?
That is indeed the question.
Especially because apparently she lost. Like, why would she forgo her sword even if she lost?
Mm-hmm.
And where is that sword?
Yeah, not here, or I would have found it already looking for stuff that wasn't supposed to be here.
Yeah, exactly. But her tracks didn't leave the farmhouse.
Which doesn't mean that she didn't. It
True.
just means that she left. That she could have left not under her own power.
True.
But that would have taken some doing to.
That would have taken some doing.
Yeah.
She's a captain of the Hell Riders, like. And apparently, Calendria found her insignia.
And Calendria didn't say where she found it.
Yes, she did. She said she found it inside the house.
Yeah, but not specifically inside the house. On the floor, on a shelf.
She said on the floor inside the door frame.
Oh, inside the door frame.
Yes.
Inside the door frame.
Not like stuck in the wall. Like she said, it was on the floor inside the door frame.
Right. Which usually, when things are found just inside a door frame, they either fall off or they're dropped.
Yes.
And she wasn't going to drop her insignia coming in.
No.
So it's a high likelihood it either fell off or dropped as she was going back out, and she didn't go back under her own power.
Can I pose something on a question?
Sure.
I mean, out of character. How are the insignias secure on our person?
Depends on the person. You are given the insignia. You know that it gives you your horse. You know it denotes your rank. And so, generally, you're protective of it. But you can wear it, as long as it's visible, you can wear it however the fuck you want.
Do we know how Rhea wore hers?
Rhea usually wore hers on her tabard like a pin. So she had the chainmail breastplate, she had the tabard of the Hell Riders over that, and then, like, on the lapel, she had her insignia.
I personally would look at that pin and see if it was damaged.
Yeah, well.
Well, no, wait,
the
it's a
commander
magic
has that,
item.
but-
It's a magic item. More to the
Yeah.
point. More to the point. If it fell off of her armor in the melee, somebody would have seen it, including Rhea.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you get separate. Like, Rev doesn't even use his fucking pendant. And when Duncan was like, give it to my brother, Rev was like, it's mine though. It's important. Like, the rest of you use the damn horses. Like,
There's a reason this was here.
yes.
I think she knew someone was going to come looking for her, and she knew they're probably going to send Denke.
Well, if they were probably going to send Denke, it would have been hidden. Calendria
Well,
is
that's
not
fair.
nearly as perceptive as Denke, and Calendria found it, quote, right inside the door.
Mm-hmm. Point being, it was put there to be found.
Yes.
And they didn't have that. That's all they had to all they had to do. That's all they could do. So
And the fact that that was used as a symbol should tell you two things. Make an insight check before I tell you. Whatever this is was bad enough to separate a Hell Rider from their horse, and getting that message out was more important than riding away. Because, like, think about it. If you have your insignia, you can escape just about anywhere. But if you don't, it's a hell of a lot harder. Because those horses don't get tired. You can just go. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't even think about her having a horse like that, but it makes sense.
Like, you guys are cavalry. Like, your main, like, tactic is to use your horses, if you can. If this was bad enough, not only that Rhea was like, I need to leave my horse here to tell you guys, but also, like, my horse is not going to help me. Because if a horse was going to help her, then she could just use the horse and get the fuck out. You know what I mean? Like, I think Denke absolutely realizes all of that. This is bad.
And if there wasn't any more time or means to leave more of a message in that, that means there's not much else to be gained from staying. He's got to book it back.
Yep. Can you... What's your passive perception?
It is... Where is it on the sheet?
It's at the bottom of your skills.
Bottom of skills. 15.
15. Okay, go ahead and make a perception check for me, please. I want to see if you notice something if you're coming out, since you said there's nothing else to be gained here. Yeah, that's high enough. So you know what a chicken's foot looks like, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, kind of vaguely like that. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So there are, naturally, farm animal tracks all the fuck over this yard, right? Duh.
Naturally.
You notice coming out, some of the chicken feet are bigger than they should be.
Are they going somewhere different than where the chickens would usually
I mean,
go?
they're running all around, but they're bigger than they ought to be. They're like substantially like. It catches your eye, and you go over to it, and you like put your foot down, and the chicken foot's as big as your foot.
Oh goody, it's velociraptors.
If it was velociraptors, I would tell you it's velociraptors. And velociraptors are small in this setting, so you're good. Yes, there are velociraptors. Yes, I have stats for them. No, you don't need to worry about them.
Unless we decide to go to Port Nyanzaru.
Or Waterdeep.
So, but the chicken coop is proportionate to normal chickens.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So these bigger than normal chicken.
In fact, there are no
footprints are
big
not
chicken
native.
footprints in the pen.
So it's probably not a big chicken. Good to know. Would Denke have encountered any other creatures with footprints like that?
Make a nature check.
Concern.
Okay. Best guess? Dragonborn? But Dragonborn wear shoes, usually. And these are a little too big to be Dragonborn. Not by much, but a little bit.
Well, that's something else to note in the report.
Okay.
You guys
Do you guys mind if we go a little long tonight?
Sure.
Yeah, that's fine. I guess he'll glance around real quick since he noticed that if there's anything else out in the yard or the field that's out of place.
Nope.
Or you mentioned the silo. The silo looks undisturbed.
The silo is a good ways off. It's like a couple of fields over, but if you want to go over and take a look at it, you can. I'll need another investigation check. It's the opposite direction of Duncan and Calendria, mind you.
If there's no tracks or anything leading to it, there's no visible disturbances.
It's really hard to tell. Like, you rode high enough to see these tracks as you were coming out. Like, they're mostly obliterated by the fact that it's a farm. A high traffic area on a farm. Like, it's really hard to tell.
Yeah, I guess you'd better go take a look.
Okay. I'll need another investigation check. Okay. So the silo door is closed, and barred. You could assume there's storage stuff in it. Again, around the door, high traffic area. But you do see exactly 3 large chicken prints. They walk up to two of them, like, come out of the field that you come out of toward the door, and then the third one is up against the wall with the toes, like, against the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Those are the only 3.
And there was too much traffic in the main yard to tell how many there were.
Correct.
There. Now, a little more information about them. All right, now it's time to hightail it back to the.
So you turn around to leave, and the camera point of view shifts. It's up behind the windmill on top of the silo, looking down at Denke walking away, and it's like narrowed and like kind of fish-eyed. And we see the point of view like scuttle down the side of the silo, and it hits the ground as Denke disappears into into the vegetation, and it turns and runs off the other way.
Fuck this.
Is there a problem, Nightfall?
Why did I come back
why
to
did you
10K
combine-
being Predatored?
And why are you combining chickens with deep nest?
What deep nest? What?
Is scuttling.
Why
Oh.
is there a giant fish?
Fish
No,
eye. It's a
fish-
camera effect.
Oh. Okay.
Whenever you're watching like a horror movie and you see the monster's perspective, how it's kind of warped around the edges, that's called fish eye.
I'm sorry, Big Dumb.
It's fine.
But also.
Yep.
Fuck this.
Oh, it's gonna get so much worse. So
Oh, I'm sure.
Listen, Rev, we're not there. It's fine.
Yes, and the party is split. That's part of the problem.
Yep. Yes, you are. Duncan,
Mm-hmm.
Calendria brought you some food, and then fucked back off to go help with the chow line.
Mm.
And Denke's been gone about 20 minutes at this point. And one of the civilians like comes up to you. A young man, early 20s, maybe 22, 23. He's got that haircut that I can really only describe as his head looks like a chestnut.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
It's like a bowl cut with like long on the sides, and he's got that like fringe on the very top. You know, he looks like the Pokemon Seedot a little bit. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, he comes up to you like wringing his hands. He looks, tired and hungry like they all do, but he's also like looking over his shoulder. And he comes up to you. You're like standing near the fence, like keeping an eye on things, maybe watching the road. He comes up to you and he says, Captain, sir.
Amanda, how can I help you?
It's James, sir. I told him not to.
What did he do?
He ran off, sir. Said something about getting some food. Middle of the night. He hasn't come back.
I see. Do you know which direction he went?
He shakes his head. Tried to
I'm
stop him. He disappeared with all the people.
I'm afraid there's not a terrible lot we can do without information.
Thought I should tell you.
I understand.
There's something
Can you-
else.
I'm listening.
He's not the first to go missing, sir.
Keep talking.
He shakes his head. I don't know the whole of it, but there's talk. Every now and then, someone, usually younger folk, save that one time, ever since we left the crater, sir. Right now, there's he like points out, like holds up one hand and like counts off on his fingers, and he gets like all the way to 5, and then starts back at his thumb, and goes through until he gets 8, and he says, "Count James, I've heard rumor of that many, sir."
He's saying there's at least 8 that's gone missing.
Yes.
That is less than ideal.
Nobody wanted to trouble you, sir. There's so few of you, but well, James,
I'm
knows this
glad.
area, and he's a hunter himself.
I'm glad you came to me with this. This is
Nods.
important information. I will do what I can with what you've told me. Just know what you have told me is greatly valuable.
You think it's the monster, sir? To be clear, he said the monster, not a monster.
What do you mean, the monster?
Like, looks back at the crowd of people, rubs the back of his head. He says, I don't mean nothing by it. It's just, it's the small ones. You know, holds a hand at about his waist. Little ones. A couple of them said they've seen a monster at night.
Children tend to be that way.
That's what I said, sir, but then James went missing.
James ran.
Begging your pardon, sir, I don't believe that. Not James. Not here.
And you're confident of this?
I ain't confident of much after what happened to Elturel, but... And he, swallows real hard. Aye. Not James.
If you are so concretely... Alright, try that again. If you are so concretely certain, then I will get my people on looking.
Thank you, sir. I'll spread the word.
No. Don't spread the word of a monster. Spread the word.
The Hell Riders are going to find our missing kin, aye.
Right. And that the commander wants people to stay closer together.
He nods again. Aye, sir. Nobody wandering off alone, not even to the privy.
Right. You're dismissed, young man.
Yeah, off he goes. About this point, you see Denke riding back up the main road.
Oh, good. News about our trader. Hey, he'll go to meet Denke halfway.
News about our what now? I feel like I missed something.
Listen, Rhea told Duncan, I'm gonna go find the people and see if we can strike a peace. Then Duncan hears from Calandria that the farmhouse looks like it got hit by a tornado, and he hadn't seen Rhea all night since.
No, but you did see her medallion. Calendria has her medallion.
Right.
She wouldn't give that up. Not this far from... on foot? This far from any civilization? Even for a ruse, she wouldn't give that up.
That's fair.
Denke, what's the look on your face when you ride up?
It's nondescript. It's a blank look. It's all business. It's not showing positive or negative emotion, which it's not trying to clue in anything obvious to the refugees. But he goes straight up to Duncan.
Yeah, Duncan met you halfway, so you're a little bit away from the refugees.
Commander, I discovered a lot, but what's most important is that there are some sort of creatures on the loose, I believe. I found tracks at the farmhouse. I don't know if they were involved in Rhea's disappearance, but I don't believe she's dead. I think she was taken. She left her insignia for someone to find, hoping that we would be on the lookout. Whatever this is, it's dangerous.
You don't think we might be dealing with another kobold situation, do you?
It's more intelligent than that. Not a lot to go on yet. I haven't had time to put all the information together, but it was whatever it is such a threat that the captain felt it was more important to leave a message than to get away. Best I can tell, she didn't even draw her sword. She fought back, that's why it looked like a tornado went through. But if the captain lost, it's even more cause for concern.
Agreed.
What will you do,
Another-
Duncan? Oh, you were about to say another thing. I'm sorry, Denke.
Oh, I was just going to say, and another thing then, why take her?
That is a fair point. Doesn't make a terrible lot of sense. What were these what were the signs of these creatures?
The only sure signs I saw were large chicken-like tracks. 3 that I could distinguish by the silo. There was too much disturbance in the main yard to tell how many were there for sure.
I see.
Assuming those who ransacked the farmhouse were the same beings, they were intelligent enough to search all of the drawers and cabinets. Anything that could hold anything was turned over, looked through. All food was taken, valuables, the floors were bare.
Interesting. I think he looks at a crowd of people.
Mm-hmm.
What time of day is it?
Oh, it's morning. Like, early morning. Like, maybe 7 a.m.? Maybe? Denke and Calendria and the hunters got the food out to the people as quickly as possible, and most people got up to get food.
Okay. As I would hope you to understand, I'm tired. I am very tired. If something shows up to put up a fight, I'm not going to be of much use.
We need the squad back together, Duncan.
That's what I was thinking. You're in a better state than I am. I want you to stay here. I'm going to ride in the direction that I sent Rev and Tordek, and I'm going to recall them. I doubt it'll be of much use when I return if I find them. But I suppose such is the burden of pushing oneself too far.
In Tordek's stead, I would recommend heavily against that, Commander. You're no good to us if you can't even make it to Revan Tordek.
I find it hilarious that Duncan's going to send away his last tank out of the 3.
Yeah, no. Well, Calendra's the tank.
Yeah, Clinders.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
Calendra's got like 21 AC plus mage armor. Like, Calendra's good.
Yeah. See, I'm okay. Let me work this out.
Okay, fine. He's sending away 3 out of 4 of his tanks.
Yes.
I don't know. Denke plays floor tank pretty well.
In the state that I'm in,
Mhm.
I'm gonna be almost useless in a fight. way
Yeah,
I
but
see it,
if you pass out on the way there and get got, like whatever got Rhea is still out there.
And
I'm
we don't
gonna be
know.
useless in a fight. Let me separate myself from the group for several hours in any direction.
And we don't know where the group that burned that farm went. We
I
don't
mean,
know for sure that they're
please.
going toward Mordek and
Duncan, please do that. Please let me take you off the board. Well, you're serving that up with a side of cheesecake, my friend.
I get the message.
No, please do it. I think it's great. I think it's a great idea.
No. Anytime you get excited is a sign of bad omens. Fuck
I'm
off.
just saying, you're taking it as given that you're gonna get to Rev and Tordek, and you shouldn't.
That's fair.
what we need to do.
We will back that the fuck up because that is a dumbass direction to take that.
No, by all means, send Calendria or Denke to go recall them.
What I would recommend, Commander, is that we set up the refugees in as defensible position as possible.
Inside a fenced-in field ain't too great for that.
No. I was trying to back that up because that was a dumb shit statement, and that would not have been, and that would not have been said.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Like, also, in absolute fairness, Denke didn't see the eye perspective, whatever that was, on the side of the silo. Denke does not know the severity of this threat, so it stands to reason that tired Duncan could not be taking it seriously.
Just had someone come run up to me and be like, "Hey, there's bad shit," and Denke is back and like, whatever.
Denke knows via deduction. He just doesn't have anything concrete to make anyone else believe it.
Right.
He is convinced that there's bad shit.
Also,
but he doesn't know enough.
Denke, it occurs to me that, like, just now it occurs to me that you're a new player, and so I wanna make something unequivocally clear.
Mm-hmm.
I said it probably means Rhea didn't draw her sword. What was not stated there that I would trust a veteran to get, and I just realized that I did you dirty, would be, or she couldn't hurt it.
Right. Well,
Okay.
I kind of factored that in.
Cool.
Like, why draw your sword and risk damaging your blade if it's not going to be of any use now?
Okay. Okay. Cool.
No, that's totally fair. And I think I internalized that. I probably realized
I didn't state it on screen, and I said at the beginning of this campaign that I was going to take it a little bit easier on the newbies. Sorry. That is my bad, and the players do not suffer because I messed up.
No, that's totally understandable.
So, Duncan, what's the play?
Myself and Calendria will rearrange the people. I want you, perhaps the fastest person I've got at the moment, to head towards where Rev and Tordek went.
My goodness. Okay.
We need them back. I don't know what the fuck you want from me. We need them back.
I fully 100% agree with you.
Who the fuck am I gonna send?
I don't think it's wise that we send anyone alone.
Like, no, you are exactly right in what you're thinking. Gamsey, like, let me be clear. I'm not saying, oh my god, because you're doing anything wonky. Like, your logic is absolutely sound. I'm just amused by the situation that you find yourself in. I apologize.
I was gonna say, like, I'm trying to do the leader thing right, and
You absolutely are.
I suppose I should call it the snickering of amusement is procking paranoia.
And you know what? That's valid, and I am endeavoring to refrain.
I apologize.
No, it is a fair criticism. I'm with you 100%.
Given what the Valkyries have been through the last 2 days, paranoia is definitely a valid response.
I'm sorry, everyone. The dog just appeared through a solid door. What?
Puppies, man.
It's the Kool-Aid pupper.
Did she get the door open?
No, the door's been open. Like, Judy went to bed.
Oh no.
So the puppy can melt on your doors like a cat.
That little motherfucker showed up like, oh yeah.
Actually, yeah, I heard the dragon cry out. I thought she was laughing at what you said, and I turned around and there's just a puppy in her arms, and I'm sitting here like, what?
Listen, I didn't want to say nothing, but that was no small part of why I started floundering.
Oh, because she screamed?
Because I hear dragon chuckling and I'm like, oh.
Okay, we're good. Let's continue. No,
Yeah,
I thought you were freaking out because I was chuckling. And honest to God, I thought she was laughing at you too. And then I happened to glance over because I was like, she's still laughing and we're trying to resolve this. And I was gonna be like, honey, and then I see dog, and I'm like, oh.
The universe sent us a support pupper.
Yes.
It is in no small way both.
So what is happening?
Right. So need them back, and I can't think of any good way to get them aside from sending someone. But like, the fuck, because that
Do you
takes someone
need
off
them
the
back
board.
immediately?
The sooner the better. The McFucking captain is gone.
I mean, he's got a point, Nightfall. Like,
Listen. Rhea ain't shit. But a
Rhea
figure.
is substantially higher level than the rest of you. Thank you.
Yes. No. She ain't shit, but a figurehead and a tank.
I mean, she killed more gnolls than you.
Yes.
But no, she did not kill more gnolls than Rev. Fuck off.
No, she killed more gnolls than Duncan.
Yes. That I'm not arguing. What I'm arguing is she is not more valuable than Rev and Tordek.
I will agree with that.
If I have those two,
More to the point, you can't go searching for Rhea until you get Rev and Tordek.
right?
And we can't reasonably protect the refugees from that serious of a threat without Revendorek.
Yeah. Like, I fully agree with you. However, it's who are you going to send through the area where the captain got? Everything might be fine, but you know there is an enemy in that direction, or there was.
Oh, wait. Maybe I have the map in my head flipped now, because I thought they would have gone past this place.
No.
Like,
okay, so, for the purposes of this...
Oh, your little analogy is gone.
My little analogy?
You built a little picture there.
Oh, it's long gone.
So to that, I thought... Like,
No. Okay, so, the river... Zoop. This is the road. Zoop. Okay, I fucked that up. I hate it that my hands twitch. Please don't giggle, Wolf. My hands twitch. It's completely involuntary, and I hate it.
I wasn't laughing at that.
So this is the road, right? This is going to be flipped from what I did earlier, so bear with me. River. Right? You guys have been traveling this direction. Right?
Right.
You camped basically right alongside the road, in a field, right?
Mhm.
Everybody is more or less here. You with me so far?
I can't
Yep.
see what. Oh, I see. My roll 20 froze. I see. Okay, I'm with you now.
Okay. Calendria went hunting initially this way.
Uh-huh.
Rev and Tordek continued along the road in this direction.
Mm-hmm.
Rhea went like this.
Okay.
Denke went like this.
Mhm.
I gotcha. I follow now. I have power of comprehension.
No worries.
So to get them back, I have to send someone through the same area that Rhea got.
Well, adjacent to it, but yes. Rhea did not get got on the main road. The only farmhouse that's on the main road is the one that Rev and Tordek are currently in.
Right.
But it's near. It's near enough that Duncan would be like, that's not good. Like, where you are right now is near enough that Duncan would be like, we need to move these people.
Right. So... What's the radius on the sending earrings?
500 feet. Also, lean forward.
Oh, sorry. Fucking hell.
The sending stone that Tordek has is substantially further, and the sending spell even further.
Right. Guess I've got a couple projects regarding the earrings for Rev.
Yep.
I want a
If
ringtone.
only,
I want a ringtone, and I want better range.
if only you'd quit sending Rev away on missions.
If only Rev had the supplies.
If only Fred had a lot of things.
If only, the Rev cries.
I'm just saying, you guys aren't even to the module yet. I hope you're having fun at least.
Oh yeah.
But between the brief spouts of agony, yes.
Before, in between moments of almost annihilating myself, yeah.
In between the spiders, yes.
Okay, fair enough. So, Duncan,
God damn
who
it.
were you sending? Because I need to cut over to Rev and Tordek, and I want to do another scene after that before we wrap tonight.
Right, okay. Who's my best person to send? I'm not sending my magic user.
Okay?
Well, you just eliminated everybody then.
Yes.
Well, okay.
I believe he meant Calendria.
Yeah.
So that
Calendria
leaves
is
Denke, you, or civilians.
Listen, I don't mean no disrespect. I don't trust a civvy to make it there.
I also don't trust the civvy to make it there.
So then it comes down to who's the better choice between me and Denke. And to that end, I think it's Denke.
You're tired, but Denke got absolutely destroyed during that Knoll fight.
Yeah. I think
Like, there is an argument to be made of, like, Duncan needs to rest. There is also an argument to be made that the captain gets his men.
yeah.
More to the point, which one of you is more likely to survive an ambush?
Me.
To be fair, I do have invisibility prepared for what that's worth in a pinch.
Yes you do. Are you not gonna take your horse?
I'm saying if there's an ambush
Oh, okay.
and I can't go any further and it's like, can't fight, have to leave.
While valid, while absolutely valid, if an ambush doesn't take you out before you can act, it's failed as an ambush.
Fair.
Like, which one of you is more likely to survive that initial strike if it comes? Like, that is the question that should be going through Duncan's mind.
It's Duncan by a long shot. Like, no disrespect, NK, but
Even if it wasn't, there's an argument to be made that it's Duncan's responsibility regardless.
yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
if the
Which
roles
is why-
if the roles were reversed and Denke was the commander, then the answer should be Denke.
There's a good reason I volunteered myself first.
Yeah. So you're gonna ride out to get Duncan and Denke? Fuck. Tordek and Rev, I'm sorry. It's been
Listen,
a
We're
day.
going to find
listen.
ourselves.
We need to find ourselves, but now is not the time.
Yes. Okay, so you're gonna ride out. I'm gonna catch up with you in a minute because I need to cut back to last night. Hi, Rev and Tordek.
Hey,
It's a comfy bed.
Who's on watch at like 4 a.m.?
rock, paper, scissors, Tordek.
Okay.
Okay, we'll just roll a d2. You, I picked 2.
Okay,
Okay.
I will roll it.
Okay.
Okay, Tordek. So, Tordek, it is ass o'clock in the morning.
That's okay. I got a nap.
Yeah, you did. You gained most of the benefits of a long rest at this point. You haven't quite gotten them all yet. And you hear just... It sounds like somebody is taking a battering ram to the front door. Like, I'm not talking someone is slamming their fist against the door. I'm talking the wall is shaking. Something is... like, trying to get in. What do you do?
Am I able to see the front door out of a window?
No.
No?
No.
Hmm.
Remember, Lucas came all the way back out of the house when he was talking to Rep.
Oh, what's the check to wake up for out of sound?
It is perception. However, there's a reason that I haven't let you make that roll yet.
Okay.
It is very unlikely you're going to sleep through this, Rev. However, Tordek gets to act first.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fine.
Tordek?
Make... I don't suppose we'd be keeping watch in the bedroom.
Where are you keeping watch?
Probably in the main area.
Okay. So you've got line of sight on the door.
Yeah.
You see the damn thing shaking, like bowing inward.
Yeah, so just holding a guiding bolt in his hand.
Mm-hmm.
What do you want?
Make a perception check. The banging stops immediately. Okay. You don't hear anything or see any, like, shadows moving on the porch. Rev,
Yeah.
you wake up from
Okay.
the banging, and you can't move.
Can I open my beak?
No. So you're like laying in bed, something is holding you down and holding your mouth closed.
Can I tell what it is?
No. Like you open your eyes, there's just the ceiling. I need a reaction.
So I can't move at all.
Like, you're being held down. There is pressure on your chest, shoulders, and arms, and your mouth is being held closed.
Okay. So, like, the reaction is like, at least the very least I need to do is get my beak open.
Okay.
And I can make a sound to get Tordek's attention.
Okay.
I can't cast any spells because they have verbal components.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to try my hardest to get my fucking mouth open.
Make an athletics check. Technically, you have disadvantage, but I'm not going to hold it against you here.
Wow.
Okay.
Fuck me. I don't have.
It's bad. It's quite bad.
Like, ignore the guidance, but fuck.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, you can't move. So you're pinned there, and then you hear Tordek shout in the other room, and the pressure just releases. Like, you are not being held anymore. Tordek.
Yeah.
No sound from outside.
Beak open, like the alarm bell.
Okay, so you hear from the bedroom, you hear like warning bells.
Keeping an eye on that front door, but skittering my way to Rev.
You have to break line of sight on the door to go into the bedroom with Rev.
Yeah, but like waiting till the last possible moment to do so.
Rev's getting like his gun and stuff together, and he's gonna come down, but that might take a moment.
Yeah, so you like, last possible second, you turn, you see, like, you step into the bedroom, you see Rev get like hurriedly like grabbing his gun belt and like his boots, and you both hear the front door open and slam.
You know,
Yes.
I was gonna have Tortek put a finger up to Rev or to his mouth to be like quiet, and then I remembered dwarf.
Yep.
And Kenku.
And
Yeah.
Kenku.
So at least one of you can be quiet. The other one sounds like they're just talking when they try to whisper.
Yeah.
What if you could be quiet? The other one is Rev. What do you want to do?
Rev's looking to Tordek to make the call, because I don't know what the fuck to do here.
I'm a little lost. Why were they banging on the door if they could just open and close it to begin with?
That's a question.
Ain't that the question?
Apparently, they can
Okay,
focus
so it's not just me.
through walls too.
In his free hand, Tordek will do the military sign for caution and proceed.
Oh, so back out in the room?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You locked the front door, right?
Yeah,
Like
of course we did.
you slid the bolt in?
Oh yeah.
The bolt is unslid.
I'm gonna use my last spell slot for detect magic.
Okay. You don't see anything. I mean, you see your stuff and Tordek's stuff.
Yes, but
You see the faint glow of the mech outside.
I like, just in case there's something fucky.
I understand.
Any information is better than no information.
True.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna cantrip dancing lights in the room.
Okay. I mean, I assume Tordek had a fire. Were you sitting in the dark, my dude?
I mean, no, I would have had the hearth at a low glow.
Oh well, as much light as possible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nothing seems amiss.
How does the room feel?
As it was before the banging started. Like, as a soldier, I understand what you're getting at. As a soldier, you're really good at picking up, like, something's wrong and maybe acting on it. If you want to make an insight check or a perception check, whichever one you think is higher, whichever one you think will serve you better, you can.
I think I forgot military sign was a thing. I completely forgot that.
Mm-hmm.
To Tordek, like the
You
sign.
cannot sign complex information.
No, I know that.
Okay.
Sign for threats. Point up to the stairs.
There's
and
no stairs.
then
There's no stairs. It's a one-story building.
Point to the other room, and then he'll like put his hands around his beak like he was being held or something.
Mm-hmm.
Tordek just gives a small nod. I'm gonna try an insight.
Okay. Your gut says check the damn door.
Then check the damn door we do.
So you head over to the door.
Rev will cover you. He's got his gun ready.
You didn't barricade it, but you did lock it.
Mm-hmm.
The lock is undone, and the door is, like, you heard it open and then slam when you went to go check on Rev.
Mm-hmm.
But otherwise, on this side, the door seems fine. But the lock, like the latch, hasn't been forced. It's just been opened.
I hope this is not the dumbest thing I say tonight.
Rev's gonna make a noise to get your attention.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And he'll do the military sign again, like threat, moving,
Mm-hmm.
and then he'll point down at this room and then outside.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what's the dumbest thing you're going to do all night?
I hope it's not going to be the dumbest thing I say all night.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to open the door.
Okay. You open the door. You feel the late spring, like, warmth and humidity waft into the room. There are marks on the outside of this door, substantial ones. More substantial than the door should have been able to hold. Like, there's, like, splintered wood and, like, deep gashes, multiple gashes, like, all over the door. It's weird, though, Tordek, because this door is not strong enough to suffer this kind of abuse.
And yet it did.
And yet it did. Give me another insight check.
Okay.
The only thing you can think of, you're rolling like a champ, by the way,
I know, right?
is it was deliberate. Like, the door held because whatever made these marks was trying to make the marks instead of obliterate the door. That's the only thing that makes sense.
Yeah.
Rev makes another noise to get.
Do
Tordek's
you really want to take his attention when he's standing in front of an open portal?
No, I don't. No, I don't. No, I don't. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Without turning his gaze from the open door, just over his shoulder,
Mm-hmm.
he does the sign for threat and points at the door.
Rev, you see your mech over Tordek's shoulder, just sitting in the yard.
Um.
Something. If you've got guests, why keep them waiting?
Right. What you doing, boys?
I'm gonna close the door again.
Okay. Close the door. He closes.
And turn back to Rev.
Okay.
Now that you're looking at Rev's gonna do military sign for distraction and then tilt his head.
Nodding.
Okay.
Military sign for ambush and does a head tilt.
Rev nods, and again, like, does the hand to his beak holding it closed thing, and points to the room.
Relocking the door.
Okay.
Go back into the bedroom.
Okay.
Checking for any signs of a disturbance.
Make an investigation check.
So Rev's walking with his mouth open.
Mm-hmm.
So the moment he needs to make a noise, he can just.
Okay.
Because like getting his beak clamped shut was not great.
No, it wasn't. But you were asleep.
Yeah.
Yes.
To be fair,
Well,
the exact same thing would have happened to, like, Duncan.
Yeah.
Also, there go my champion rolls.
Yeah, right?
Could I help and give him advantage?
He'll have to reroll.
I mean,
Because the advantage is already on the board.
okay. Then do you want it?
There's already advantage on the board?
No, I mean, like, I'm not going to give you that advantage roll because you've already seen it.
Okay. Okay, yeah. I would be okay with rerolling.
Yeah, go ahead.
Could I guidance him?
He's already got it.
I've got
Okay,
guidance
cool.
myself.
Cool.
So investigation this time with
here's
advantage.
the thing. Before you... Well, no, it wouldn't be with advantage. It would be a normal roll. Because that's your current roll. And
Yep.
then Rev helping you would give you advantage. So, like, that's your minimum.
So yeah.
But,
yeah.
hold on.
Yep, I'm waiting.
Is your investigation better than Rev's?
What's your investigation?
Let me look at my investigation. +5.
Yours is better.
Okay, so I'll roll it.
Okay. Now, he can't give you advantage because I've already resolved his roll.
Yes, that's fine.
But, like, it will be a net gain for you to roll instead of...
Wow. I miffed, and it's not been enough time for me to get my preparations back.
No, it hasn't. Tordek,
Mm-hmm.
you rolled higher than Rev.
Are you kidding me?
Nope. You don't notice anything amiss, per se,
Uh-huh.
but you do notice that both of your backpacks have been moved.
Where have they been moved to?
Just like, they're not exactly where they were when you went to sleep. So, like, maybe they were against the bed and now they're against the wall. Something like that. They've been moved.
The windows shutters were closed, weren't they?
The window has a paper covering over it, and yes, it is intact.
It is intact.
Hmm. I'm gonna check through our bags.
Okay. Make an investigation check.
Okay.
Now we have to give you advantage.
Would you like to? Before I
mean,
see the roll?
Would you like me to roll it instead?
He's already rolled. I can't allow that.
I have not seen the roll yet.
I have.
Okay.
But if you want to resolve it and let Rev roll with advantage, I'll let you. Like, I haven't called where that stands, so... Rev? You want to roll with advantage, or you want Tordek's thing to stand?
I wouldn't mind rolling with advantage, I suppose.
Do it.
Go ahead. Aw.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, fair dues. He got better than you.
Okay.
Okay, so I have a couple of questions for you boys.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask you a couple of things, and you tell me if they were in your backpacks.
Okay.
Okay.
Rations.
No.
Rev?
I'm looking. Yes.
Okay, your rations are gone.
My rations are gone.
Your rations are gone. Your insignias?
No, that's not on my,
No.
that's not on my bag.
Any extra weapons?
No.
Tordek?
Actually, wait. I have a crowbar and a hammer. Would they consider that weapons?
I'm not answering that.
But I do have those in my thing.
Understood. They're still there.
Okay.
Tordek?
Yes.
What weapons did you have in your backpack?
Well, not in my backpack, but with my backpack.
No, that's fine. Specifically in... Well, it depends on what it was.
The lumberjack axe and the short bow.
Those are still there.
Okay.
Did
either of you have navigation equipment?
No.
No.
Potions?
No.
No.
And lastly, obvious magical equipment.
Not in my bag.
Yes?
What did you have?
The scroll of Revivify.
That's gone.
Ah, damn it. Did they take the diamond?
Yes.
Damn it!
They also took any gold you had.
Fuck! Okay, good. I keep that in the mech.
Yeah, about that. As you're going through your backpacks, you hear a loud clank and crash from outside.
But
Shit.
I'm gonna go to the window.
You can't look out these windows, they're covered in paper.
Fuck. Looks.
I gotta be honest. I was expecting Nightfall to go. No, fuck the paper. That's my baby out there.
I mean, I was too, but he's hemming and hawing.
Alright.
I'm just saying, Starlight's gonna be really pissed if all her arrows are gone.
About to tear it away, looks at Tordek. Permission to proceed.
Holding up guiding bolt. Aye.
So the window in the bedroom does not face the mech.
No, like, okay, I'm gonna move to the one that is facing the mech.
There isn't one. We've been over this.
There's not one in the front of the house?
Open the fucking door, dude.
Okay, open the door.
Okay, so you guys run out. Rev throws open the door. The mech is slumped on the ground in a way that it shouldn't be.
Dot. Fuck.
Uh-huh. What's the play? It's about 20 feet of nighttime between the porch and the mech.
I'm moving the dancing lights over there to it.
Okay. The boot is open.
Fuck.
And one of the legs is removed. It's there, but it's not attached to the mech.
Can I tell? Fuck, that's gonna affect the mobility no matter what it is. But shit.
You are about 30 to 35 feet away from the mech. You can't tell shit right now.
Yeah.
What we can tell, a leg has been detached and the boot is open.
Correct. There's about 20 feet of night past the porch to get to the mech, Rev.
Bro, just cock your gun and have Tordick fucking hurdle you at that mech.
I mean, you already asked permission to proceed, and you were affirmed.
Yeah.
It, so.
Yeah. And I guess, like, with the Tordet covering me with Guiding Bolt ready, I guess I'm going to proceed towards the mech.
I need you to define how you approach it. Are you running at it like my baby? Are you
No.
like combat crouch, like pistol
like,
forward?
So doing that, but strafing slightly to try and like
Circle
get
around to the
like-
back of the mech?
yeah, try to get an eye on anything that's hiding around it.
Okay. Make a perception check with disadvantage. Dancing lights are dim lights, sir. And you don't have dark vision. Do you?
No, Kenkus do not.
Okay. Oh boy.
There's an infusion for that.
Some vision is better than no vision.
True. Perception check disadvantage, Rev. Kenku boy. Hello?
Just sec.
Oh god, I thought my internet dropped. What's the holdup? Everything fine? Okay, good
Fuck
roll.
your disadvantage.
Yeah, right? Fuck my disadvantage. The mech is trashed. There are deep gouges all over the chassis. It looks like something was trying to get into the cockpit, couldn't get the hatch open. The boot's been forced open, and the leg has been sheared off.
Don't notice anything else around it?
No. What do you do?
I'm thinking out of character. I'm thinking.
Okay. May I recommend checking the boot?
That is what I'm leaning towards, but also I have Tordet covering me.
You have Tordek covering you, but the boot is like the mech is between Tordek and the boot.
The only way he's gonna be able to properly cover you right now is if whatever is around you is taller than the mech.
Yes. That's exactly right.
Which isn't unheard of.
So I want to do you mind if I make a small visual for myself?
Of course. I can help you. What do you need?
So here's the house.
Right.
Poor man sketch of the house.
Here's the mech.
Okay, that's the mech. Okay. Tordek's here.
I believe that is incorrect. I believe Tordek is in the doorway. So Tordek is
This one's Tordek. Oh,
here.
what?
Like the porch. Like there's a porch.
Oh, whole ass porch.
Yeah, there's a porch between. Like Tordek, are you standing with stars above your head, or are you standing with a roof above your head?
I mean, does the porch not have an awning?
It does. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, I'm not standing in the doorway, but I'm still standing on the porch.
So you're like there. Okay.
Yes.
And Rev started to
Yeah,
move
strafe around.
strafe around
You got
it.
here. This foot is gone. This leg is gone.
Okay.
I mean, it's like it's laying down, but it's like it's been sheared off. The boot is open, and the mech is covered in gashes.
As much as I would love to check the boot right now,
Mm-hmm.
that's how I lose a character.
Mate, if I wanted you dead, I would have killed you in that bed. I'm just saying.
I know you're just saying, but also
You
if
were
I
dead.
make stupid-
You were
if
dead
I
to
make-
rights. And like the thing is, Rev knows he was dead to rights.
yeah, but
makes it-
also, actually, that doesn't make sense. If they wanted us dead, they would have done so by now.
Yup.
Think about what they've taken, Nightfall. They wanted clearly magic things, weapons, food, and money. And whatever it is either sees you guys as a threat or is doing everything in their power to get what they can from you without tipping their hand too early.
They see us as either threat or prey, which both are terrifying.
Who's to say it's not both?
Way I see it, you may well be dealing with some variation of goblinoid.
I like, yes, we would have already been dead by now. God, I hate being having what's the thing, analysis paralysis thing. I hate that so much.
I mean, I need to know. I got one more scene I want to do before we wrap. Like, I really want to know what you do here. Like,
Oh, goodness.
I was given permission to proceed.
yup.
I'm gonna check the boot.
Okay, you go over to the boot. So because the boot is a magical extra-dimensional space, you can't see everything immediately. But neither can somebody else, right?
Yeah.
They have to go through everything piece by piece.
I will say a significant portion of your food is gone.
Okay.
Like 20%.
Okay.
Anything obviously magical or valuable. So money, tools, weapons.
Star has a absolute fuck ton of arrows in there.
I know. I was about to say that. And half of Star's magic arrows are gone.
The magic one specifically.
Yes.
Oh, that's so expensive.
Luckily for her,
I still have a good. I think I still have a few.
almost none of your arrows are magical.
Oh, is it? Then all the magical ones are gone. Also, any potions that were in there are gone. Any scrolls that were in there were gone. Any obviously magic items, any money, etc. But, like, not all of it. Like, they didn't, like, come in there and, like, clean out the boot. It seems like they have a carry capacity.
We just gotta look at it this way. The room filling with water is never without key.
Okay,
This
now that
stuff
I'm
can be got
close
back.
to it, I have a question.
Yes.
Can I tell if the mech will be mobile?
My God. I'm sorry. I'm gonna mute now.
You're fine. It's definitely less mobile than it was.
Okay, if we can make it till morning, I can mending the leg back on.
So, give me... excuse me. Give me an insight check.
My rolls tonight. Nuffle
And-
just hates my ass.
At your best guess, whatever did this was not familiar with how the mech works, and they saw creature with 4 legs, remove a leg so that it can't chase us.
Okay. I see what I rolled,
Mm-hmm.
and I hate that I see what I rolled.
Mm-hmm. So what do you do?
I'm gonna close the boot.
Okay.
Is there anything strode on the ground?
What do you mean?
Like they pulled stuff out of the boot, threw it on the ground, uninterested.
Make a perception check. No. But there are footprints.
What kind of prints?
They look like yours, but bigger. Not your boots.
Yeah. I kind of gathered that.
Like, you look down. Like, you are small bean.
Very small.
You look down, and, like, both of your feet are in one of these dinosaur prints.
I have a question.
Yes.
The mech has a lot of rough edges.
Okay.
Is there any, like, fur or feathers or anything caught on this?
There is not.
Hmm. I'm not much of a survivalist, but I do kind of get that idea because my feathers get caught on stuff sometimes.
No, absolutely. For every action, there is an equal and opposite reaction. There are sheared edges on the busted leg of the mech. They are sharp, they are planar, they've been compressed into blades. There's no blood on them.
Whatever these things are, they're strong.
Yes.
They were able to overcome the magical resistance to maim the mech.
Not necessarily. They could have just hit it a lot.
That's fair.
I have a theory, but I will not be saying anything until after the show.
Okay. Rev, what are you doing? What more can you do?
I'm not going to do... I don't think there is anything more I can do. I think I'm going to go back towards Tordek and give him what information I have.
Okay. I feel like Tordek would make the call to send you both inside.
Yeah.
You can give him that information, Rev, but, like, ultimately, are you two going to finish your long rest?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So, Duncan. Are you here, my dude? You might still be muted.
Yeah, I'm just still fighting that coughing fit.
Oh, shit.
Sorry.
It's been going for a good few minutes now.
I'm eating some combos, and I think a piece of salt might have got down the wrong tube.
Been there. You're in the hot seat because this is the last scene, so a whole lot can happen. You're gonna get on your horse and you're gonna ride out to go find Rev and Tordek. Now,
this is amazing.
Normally I would have you have a conversation with Jeb and the other farm hands at the farm that Rev bought. However, because we're really late and also because it's really early, they're not going to be out by the road, so you could just ride past. You see the boxes and whatever. But I have a question for you, Commander Duncan.
Yeah.
Do you have, like, danger sense or anything like that?
Let me take a quick look, yeah?
Huh?
Let me take a quick look.
Okay. Because otherwise you're going to be making saves at disadvantage.
I guess not unless I could use my class action while I'm on the move.
What's your class action?
Oh, hang on, let me pull it up.
Oh, you mean your camp action?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, no, not unless divine sense counts.
It does not, I'm afraid. Can you give me a dexterity saving throw with disadvantage, please? Oh no! Okay, Duncan. So you're riding along. You know, you're dead tired. You got 2 levels of exhaustion. You didn't sleep for like 2 days at this point, more or less. Like you're in the saddle and you're just focusing on like your soldier training to keep your summoned mount active and to get to Rev Tordek. And so you don't see the wire stretched across the road. It hits you full in the throat. And you're ripped backwards out of the saddle, thrown onto your back as your horse dissipates. Immediately, something is on you. Something is on top of you. You're looking up at the morning sky. You feel like weight on your chest and shoulders as something like grabs you. You feel something else grab your ankles. Make a strength saving throw with disadvantage. Okay, I have to roll against that. That's a damn good save, Duncan.
I'm
Now-
sorry. I've just given in to not turning off guidance because when I turn it off, I forget to turn it on.
Oh, what is the components of guidance?
Verbal somatic.
Okay, so you won't be able to cast guidance because you're being held down.
yeah.
But
Ignore it if you like.
23 is still solid.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna see. They have advantage because there's 2 of them. 22, you lucky dog. You throw this weight off. You kick whatever's on your ankles. You get to your feet. There's nothing in front of you. What do you do?
Best as I can in my state, just move as fast as I can forward and get back on the horse.
The horse dissipated.
Yeah.
Because it's a magic horse.
Yeah, you've said I can just conjure it under myself while on the move.
That's true. It's an action, though. So, like, you're not taking out your weapons. You're just going to run for it?
Yeah, fuck this shit. Go.
Okay. Make an athletics check. Okay. All right. So, you feel something, like jump on your back. You stumble. You, like, look over your shoulder. There's nothing there. Then you just see the road behind you. You struggle, you throw it off, you hear and feel something impact the road in front of you, but there's nothing there. What do you do?
So there are 2 routes I could go here.
Oh, also, I forgot to make you take some fall damage for that hit. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, okay.
5 points of bludgeoning damage. Go on.
That's not too bad. Just a sec.
Yep.
Am I getting any bonuses from Denkei's food?
You didn't have... Oh, the food that he gave the civvies. No.
Okay.
Yeah, there wasn't time to make a special meal.
Oh, I can't. I was wondering what I kicked.
What are you doing?
So there are 2 routes I can go here. I could fuck off on my horse, or I could power slam that fucker with over 200 pounds of Duncan.
You could. What do you do?
I felt 2 points of pressure.
Yes.
Ankles and
And
I
your
assume
chest.
upper body. Which means if I try to deal with...
You had to do it in 2 distinct motions. You threw the first guy off and kicked the you know what I mean, guy, quote unquote. And you kicked the second thing, and you got to your feet, and you started to run for it, and then something grabbed you from behind, like jumped on you from behind, and you like threw it over your shoulder and slammed it into the ground in front of you.
Whatever it is, it's a sneaky little fuck.
Yup.
Sneaky and strong. Bad combination.
Yep.
And if I try to attack this thing now, there's still the other one. And when stuff is sneaky like this, they're usually large groups. So if I try to get rid of this one, the other one's gonna fuck off and get its
Don't
whole
you have
ass
branding
family.
smite? Like, out of curiosity.
Motherfucker, you right. I haven't used that in a bit.
Mm-mm.
Like, this is the exact purpose of branding smite.
The problem is you can't pull out your sword, branding smite, and attack.
Motherfucker, I don't need to. I have a boot.
Okay. So you just gonna boot the man?
You know what? Fuck it. I will branding smite boot.
The next time you hit a creature with a weapon attack, yeah. Look, if you can smite with a monk weapon, you can branding smite with a monk weapon. So you cast branding smite, your foot flares with holy energy. You go to bring it down, make your attack. You have disadvantage because this thing is invisible.
Isn't he prone, so it's technically a normal roll?
You
I
don't know.
threw it on the ground.
You
There
don't
was
know if he's
contact.
prone. You don't know if he's prone.
Well, boot.
Just make a strength attack that you're proficient with. There you go.
Boot.
Okay, so not only do you miss, your foot impacts something way sooner than should be a prone body on the ground. Like, you go to, like, raise your foot and then step down, and, like, in the motion of beginning to step, you hit something solid. And, like, light flares around your boot that's a different color than the spell that you put on it, as it, like, resists you, and then you bounce off and stagger back.
Horse.
These two boys are going to try to grapple you again. Ooh. Alright, make an athletic check or a strength save.
Can I rage first?
No, because that was your turn, my dude.
Fuck. Okay, here we go.
Okay, so you are grabbed. You are grabbed from behind. Something grabs your arms, pins them to your side, and then something in front of you hits you in the midriff and takes your feet out, and at the same time grabs your legs. So now you're held horizontally by the arms and the legs, and like just floating in midair. There's nothing around you, and you start being carried towards the river. What do you do?
Okay, so the next time.
Mm-hmm.
That is the specific opening of branding smite.
Yeah, I
My
understand.
foot still has a smite applied.
Your body has a smite applied the next attack you hit with.
Yep, that's accurate.
If that motherfucker has it has my arms.
Yeah, the guy, so have you ever seen like firemen or soldiers carry like a person bigger than the soldier? You ever seen how they do that?
Yes.
One guy like cradles the head on his chest, wraps the arms around the torso, the other guy grabs the ankles and knees.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you're being held right now.
Okay.
Because Duncan's a big dude. You definitely feel two distinct individuals holding you.
I'm trying to think of a way I could move my body to make like attack level contact.
There's always the Kiryu approach.
I'm not terribly familiar with Yakuza moves.
Throw your head back.
Oh. Fuck yeah.
Alright. Make your attack.
And I argue he had this one's got advantage because the motherfucker is right there.
Absolutely not.
What order of paladin are you? The order of throwing my head back.
Boom! Again, your head impacts something. You hear a hissing against your helmet that sounds like when a lightsaber stabs into a door.
Hmm.
And your head is repelled forward. Your chin smacks against your chest, and you take some damage.
Wait, what? But I'm not.
What?
Did I not hit?
No.
What the actual fuck?
This is all but confirming my suspicion.
I guess I'll die. My branding smite isn't even gonna go off?
You have to hit, my dude.
How are you 23 not?
You have to hit.
I should have gotten on my horse. This is horseshit.
It is a little bit. You are carried to the river. I will let you have one more action as you are swung back and forth as if they're building momentum to throw you in the river.
Matt's just raging and trying to break free.
That is exactly my plan. Listen. I want to be real clear, real quick.
Yep.
I'm not actually that mad. I'm a little mad. 23 doesn't fucking hit that.
I'm
Whatever
sorry,
the fuck.
what?
Yeah. Fuck the numbers rule for a second. I rolled a 23 and this little shit said no.
Okay, but counterpoint. If somebody is in your jail, your Breaking Dawn jail spell, and somebody else hits them for a 23, does it hit them?
I don't like that. I don't like that.
Answer the question, Commander.
I'm not sure
Just
if he holds up.
What?
I'm not sure how that analogy connects.
If they're in the jail, they're covered completely by a shell.
the shell is the first thing to take damage before them.
It doesn't matter how fucking hard you hit, the shell's gonna get hit first.
That implies something else about these things I don't like.
You're right. Duncan, what's your action before you get thrown in the fucking river?
Rage.
Okay.
Bonus action rage. Main action. Get the fuck off me.
Strength save. It's a normal roll because you're raging. The number to beat is 23.
I have advantage.
It's a normal roll.
You
Get
don't
the
have
fuck
advantage
off
because you would have disadvantage. So it's a normal roll. Okay, you're going in the drink, my dude. So you are yeeted out into the river, probably 25 feet. Like, you go, and you hit the river in full plate with your exhausted ass, and that's going to be the last shot of our episode.
And I'm dead.
You're not dead.
Motherfucker. I'm being knocked out.
I never said you were knocked out.
Just being thrown into a river. They're giving Duncan a bath.
I said you're exhausted. I didn't say you were unconscious.
Listen, the way you were that made my brain go, bitch, you will sleep now.
You wish you could sleep. You're exhausted and plate now. You're gonna hit that water hard, but you're gonna retain consciousness.
Yeah.
My brain went, this logic's out to night. Have fun. My apologies.
It might logic out to night. Like, depending on how next session goes, yeah, Duncan is in trouble right now. But that's for next episode. This is this episode. I hope you guys had fun. Shall we do some shoutouts?
Well, okay.
Yeah, let's do that.
Cool. Starlight, give us a shout out.
Hello, I am Night Mist Okami, also known as Wolfie. I am an admin in Kit's Discord server, and I play Starlight. And I'm guessing the next chance I get, Starlight is going to go back to her team because holy shit.
How many chances did I give you to go back to your team tonight? Like 4?
But also I have 1 level exhaustion, so.
Yeah, you know what? That is fair. That is very fair. Rev.
Hello, I played Lance Corporal's drill noises tonight.
That will never not be funny. I'm sorry.
That's the point. If you enjoyed what I did here tonight, I also play Killia Wolfwalker in the Thursday game, Voices of the Mountain, and Percival Averill, but not if he dies next session, on Sunday nights. I'm gonna do something I haven't done in a while. I've started doodling. If you want to see that, I sometimes post them to my Twitter, I suppose.
Nice.
Night the Kitsune, Nightfall the Kitsune wouldn't fit. Rip.
Rip the Kitsune.
That's all.
Okay. Cookie.
Hey, what up? I'm Cookie, also known as the Extinct Bacon on just about every other platform. I love all things D&D and tabletop, and if you do too, my DMs are always open. Otherwise, you'll find me lurking in the streams or in the shrine.
Gamzelis.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Guy Gamzelis, the bard of heroes, the teller of tales that need to be told, and there are a lot. If ever you need me, you can always find me on the Discord or in DMs. And speaking of finding us, if you're enjoying the show... Oh, this is the Patreon show.
This is the Patreon show, sir.
I almost forgot. So then, in that case...
Thank you for your support.
Thank you very much for your support. And if you're watching this in the far future when it hits YouTube's, consider interacting with the channel. A like, a comment, or a subscription could go a very long way. And if you need incentivization,
There's lots of really good Patreon tiers, and thank you again to all of our patrons for making this possible. Squeaky.
Hello, my name is Sir Squeaky. I am a keeper in Kit's Discord. I enjoy all facets of storytelling and lore. If you like to talk about those things, I'm usually around in the Discord, or you can reach me via DMs.
For my part, as ever, I am the Sharp-Eyed Kitsune, the teller of tales and the weaver of mysteries, the masked bard. This is a community that is ever devoted to lore and storytelling, world-building, role-playing, and discussions of those things. So if that's to your fancy, you're in excellent company here, and I do hope that you enjoy your time with us. You just watched Dice-Icive Action Hell to Pay, our weekly D&D 5-point Fox module mutation based on Baldur's Gate Decided to Avernus, with my own spin on it, as always. I hope that you enjoyed it as much as I enjoyed bringing it to you. Things were a little bit slow to start, but I hope they ended on a high note, at least in the entertainment value. And I do hope that you enjoyed what I brought to you. Thanks again to our patrons for making this show possible, and as always, it's time to close the book on today and leave you with these parting words. From myself, my keepers, and those joining me on the stage this evening, to all of you, the regulars, the followers, the newcomers, and the lurkers. Whether you're just having a seat by the fire or you've got a running tab at the bar, remember, there's always more stories to tell. And hopefully, I'll see you all next time for more Hell to Pay and a new chapter. Good night, you guys. Thank you so much for stopping by, and hope to see you again soon.